Welcome you all to the virtual power seminar on HR Conclave, Build Your Skill. Welcome you all to the virtual power seminar on HR Conclave, Build Your Skill. Sunshine, welcome thing. Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning to all of you.
Sir, I'm Dr. Esther, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Sir, thank you, sir. Sunshine is a welcome thing. It brings a lot of brightness. Good morning, everyone. I feel honored to propose the welcome speech for today's virtual seminar. First, I would like to welcome Secretary Sir Dr. Kannan, Principal Dr. Brinda Ma'am, Vice Principal Dr. Anguraj Sir, Jayanti Ma'am, staff members, and final year students of Commerce and Management stream to this virtual power HR Conclave Build Your Skill. This program in our college with Academy. The session was conducted yesterday for the science students of our college, which was wonderful and informative. And there is no doubt about it also. It's a great honor for me to welcome our chief guest and speaker, Dr. Anbathambi Bojarajan sir. Dr. Bojarajan sir is the president of ICT Academy, a successful PPP social enterprise of India and government of India state industry aimed at developing the next generation by bridging the gap between industry and academia. He has been with ICT Academy since its inception, holding various positions and is currently in the leadership role responsible for strategic planning, managing nationwide academic initiatives, global corporate, government projects, education technology, marketing, and advocacy. With more than 20 years of experience in education, skill development, and IT industries, holds a bachelor degree in computer application, a master's in business administration, and a post-graduation in business management from XLRI, Jamshedpur, with the merit of third rank holder in his batch. Completed his PhD in management with his research area on employability skill. He is a chartered accountant, an author, public speaker, and teacher. His successful first novel, Ticking Time, is set in the backdrop of the audit profession. His textbook, First Lessons in Strategic Financial Management, is popular among CA students. His non-fiction, A Few Good Men, is a biosketch of 9 of India's champion entrepreneurs. He recently wrote Beyond 2020, 25 happening theories for accounting and finance profession. He did his CA at Deloitte Haskins & Sells and was the best outgoing student at college. He is a member of Governing Council and Board of Studies in various higher education institutions across India. A winner of the Power to Empower 2013, a National Skill Enterprise Challenge conducted by NSDL and CII. With his passion in the field of skill development, digital enablement, and youth empowerment, has been a paid public speaker in various forums. I welcome you, sir, for the wonderful session. I now request our Chief Dr. Anbuthambi Bojarajan, sir, to take over the session.
Thank you, Madam Esther. Hope I am audible to all of you. My video.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam. And I think there was a little, I would not say confusion. No, you helped to, introduce both the speakers together. The first portion, what Madam introduced, was all about me, and the second portion was all about the next speaker, Mr. Chartered Accountant.
Sorry, sir.
It's good to know always know a lot of solutions in some confusion. So no issue at all. Dear students, I want to know, incidentally, today I am in Coimbatore. If this was a regular period, or if this was a regular time, no, I could have got an opportunity to come directly to your classrooms or auditorium and spoke to all of you. Unfortunately, even though I am sitting in Coimbatore, we are trying to meet on over this platform, and I think that's the power of technology. Brought in today. We are, even though we are in next door, or we are in different parts of the world, to meet, talk, engage together, and also make sure we all succeed in life together. So first of all, a warm good morning to all of you. Yesterday, I was told yesterday was a time where yesterday's the entire day was meant for the computer science, IT related streams, and today it is meant for students commerce, management, and other related streams. So my name is Dr. Anbuthambi. As Madam briefed, I am part of ICT Academy. Yesterday we had our CEO ICT Academy speaking to all of you. And this organization is a unique organization. It's a social enterprise working to develop the next generation talent pool. We work with the industry majors across the globe to find out from them what is needed for the future. What is specifically by the students graduating from colleges like all of you, to understand from those companies what will be the future, and based on their inputs, then come back to colleges, come back to industry, come back to your teachers, train them and prepare them of education or the future of work. That's the core job that ICT Academy does, and we are training teachers, we are training students, we are doing research, and know a lot of things associated with the development of the future youth, specifically all of you. So today, I'm going to be part of this wonderful conference, and that too specifically with PSG College of Arts and Science, which is very, very close associate with us. Even though ICT Academy today works with 1,000+ colleges across India, we strongly believe our initial days when we started this academy, it all started with our first sign-ups with PSG Tech and PSG Arts and Science College of kind of colleges, and definitely Coimbatore has always been a very, very progressive place for us. Not only the colleges and also the students. I'm sure next 10 minutes to 15 minutes I wish to talk to all of you, post which we are going to listen to an important domain expert specifically to this target group, which is commerce and management streams. The second part, what Madam explained about Shri Pattabhiram, who is author, who is a chartered accountant, who is a speaker. So he wears multiple hats. So he will talk to us about what kind of careers or what kind of opportunities are there for these students like you all. In fact, recently he published a book specifically on 25 careers for chartered accountants. I mean, for commerce graduates. Because specifically, if you look at many of the students, those who join or any commerce related streams, mostly they think CA is the only option. After CA, practicing chartered accountancy, working with some consulting organizations, that's the key in which they will all start joining commerce. But you'll be surprised to see there are more than 25 careers that the commerce graduates specifically, or commerce related can look for in the future. So you will be surprised to see a lot of careers you wouldn't have heard about. So I'm sure we will be listening to Mr. Pattabhiram on those things, and that is definitely going to benefit you by giving you a lot of insights. What is that you should after completing your college here in PSG College of Arts and Science. Definitely you're going to get good placements and etc. etc. But at the end of the day, what will motivate you? What will your passion be, and what should you chase? I think for understanding that, first of all, you should be aware what kinds of jobs are available in the market.
Specifically for your kind of one thing I thought I should tell you. So before that, next 10 minutes, I would start by telling you
This pandemic situation, the last 1.5 years, has become really a very, very different life for all of us. So I need not tell you. So when we think of a college, when we think of a college environment, we always think, no, we should be together. There will be a classroom. There will be teamwork. There will be projects. There will be fun around the college. I think we missed those things in the last 1 year. Specifically, if you have joined first year in the last year, I mean, if you have joined the first year of your graduation in 2020, you would have not even got into that life of college, because life of college is one which does not give one education, or it is not only meant for learning some from the book, but it also brings you a lot of things, right? From engaging multicultural environment, working with people, those whom you have not met, making new friends. So all those things are indirectly some amount of life skills that you will gain, which I think to some extent we are missing. Also realize that this new world, or this new way of living today I'm sitting in one place and you are in the other place, we are still able to talk, we are still able to do things. I think this is the way in which future will also move on. I'm sure definitely every speaker would have touched this point. When people say that the new way of life is this, I think this is the new normal way. And now you'll be surprised again. Last to last year, when we normally conduct online learning, we only some 10 to 20% of students complete learning. This year, this completed year, during this pandemic period, out of 100% of, out of the entire batch of students who underwent online courses, which we did some online learnathon, etc., we found more than 70 to 80% of the students completing their self-learning. So I think that is the one example of telling you, I think we all students, specifically the students and the colleges, have adapted to that new normal thing. I think the education, specifically the higher education, has adopted to the new way of learning. And you can just see in your house, there are some school kids. Forget about college. You just take the school kids, those who are in the class of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have some kids in our house. They've just got into the online learning. Every day they know how to log in. They know how to mark their attendance. They know how to attend online classes, online assessment submission. They know how to log. They know how to deal with this online learning. So there are a number of hours classes are conducted online. I think the new way of learning, the students have quickly adopted it. I think we Indians are very strong and good in that. If there is any new change, we are the one we will quickly adopt. So that's the power of our culture. So at the same time, also remember, it will be the same way as we were doing earlier. But let me tell you, my dear friends, it is not going to be the same way. Now we have adopted to a new culture. We have now learned the new way of living. I'm sure going forward, we will have the new way of learning, the new way of living as part of our life. So specifically to tell you, this online kind of conferences, online learning, online assessments, online meetings, everything will be staying with us. The percentage may go down. Today it is 100% online, but tomorrow it will become blended. Once you go to normal college, in a regular college mode after this pandemic, assuming next year it will all be over, but still people, the colleges or education will not go for 100% brick and mortar. They will still continue to have good amount of online sessions as well as sessions, making it blended such a way that you get the power of both. See, when you do this online, you get the power of getting experts from across the globe. The power, okay? So the new way of has changed, and this is going to be the future, and definitely this is not going to roll back. That you should remember. So the third, what I wanted to mention is the new world is going to be the gig economy. specifically when it liability, because this being HR conclave, let me touch upon one important point. Mostly earlier days, people were looking at jobs after completion of their education. In fact, now the next speaker, the author Pattabhiram himself, has written a book on the future of work and also a book on the future of education. Those two books are available for free download in our own website, which I'll ask the college to share that links with all of you. You can download and go through it once. And there is one specific point in terms of future of work. See, you may first year, second year, or third year, and you'll come out of the college in next few years, and you will find a new kind of job or new kind of role which is evolving, which is meant to be the gig, which means you don't associate yourself with one company. See, today we all know. I would say till this year or till early days, we all learn, we all study, we graduate, then we find a job in one company, we commit ourselves to that company, we continue to work throughout our life in one company, or then we go over to other company. That's how the life has been. Now, many smart people are moving to become a kind of a freelancer, which means you get a skill, you get a power with you, and you render your service to multiple companies instead of working for one single company. You yourself associate with multiple companies. I think that is called as gig economy. I want you to go through Google and learn and see what gig economy means. Gig economy means you get opportunity to work with many, and the companies will also not hire you full time throughout the year. They will say, okay, let me hire for this particular number of months or particular number of years. And as an employee, you also will feel, let me be on my own. For example, let us take for example, the chartered accountant role itself is a gig economy role, which means the chartered accountant himself is an independent role. No, he is an independent expert. He is a professional. He's got expertise in audits and so he picks up orders from few companies, and he works with those guys and ensures he is not associated with one single company. If you look at that, gig economy will bring in that entrepreneurial touch to everybody, which means he's on his own. He's in charge of his time. He's in charge of his skill. So the gig economy is the one which will be very, very strong in the future. A lot of reports say that is going to be the future. I wish you all understand the power of gig economy and get prepared for that economy, not just prepare yourself for one single job. So what is required for you to prepare? Very specifically, skill is a one word which will get high importance. Earlier, when we spoke about earlier days, knowledge has high importance. Today, knowledge alone doesn't make a difference. You should have a skill to convert your knowledge into an outcome. No, I'm sure you definitely know the difference between a knowledge and a skill. See, knowing how to do a calculation is a knowledge. Knowing how to ride a bicycle is a knowledge. But actually sitting over a bicycle and riding in the road is actually a skill. So that's a difference between, that's easy, understandable difference between a skill and a knowledge. So today the value will be for skill. In a gig economy, in future, if there is one skill that you are expertise, one skill you have mastered in, people will look for that skill, and I think that skill will earn more reputation and more value, and you can make even more money in that. So my sincere request is, over a period of your education, by end of your education, you will identify one or two skills that you will be strong at. When I say you'll be strong at, you'll be master at. You will be having general many things, but you will be expertise, or you will develop expertise, or you will be strong in one particular skill or two particular skills. Thereby you prove yourself as a master there, and people will look upon you for that specific skill. So that is one message I thought I will tell you. The last one or 2 points which I would like to mention is, while lot of skills you can learn and expertise it, there are few things which will be fundamental skills irrespective of what graduation you are. You may be in commerce, you may be in BBA, you may be in maths, you may be in physics. For the new world, for the new normal world, I will tell you 5 fundamental skills which will be like the very basic skills you must have. Without these skills, you cannot even live in this job market. And I'm sure, again, you will know this. Number 1, the digital literacy. When I say digital literacy, I don't talk about the very, very basic literacy. A graduate level digital literacy, which is the level 2 of digital literacy. So as a graduate, it is expected you know how you will work with internet. It is expected you know how you will work with word processing, MS Word or MS Excel kind of worksheets, making a presentation or searching for relevant information in the web, and picking in documents, picking in slides, and you are able to do the basic work in computer. Just to pick up specific examples, you should know word processing, you should know Excel calculation, you should know how to make presentation, and you should know how to operate a computer with a ability to go and search across the globe, specifically the tools, and find out what you need. If you know these things, it is meant that you are digitally literate. Again, you may be anybody, but you must have this digital literacy, not only for the job market, it is just to live a healthy, a decent life. Fundamental skill is financial literacy. I'm sure, again, as a BCom graduate or no finance graduate or a student, you will definitely know it. But definitely, you should remember. Even if you are not a finance side of graduate, you may be a BSc or BA graduate. Still, you should remember financial literacy is very essential for our life. Right, managing personal finance, right from managing taxes, understanding insurance, understanding what kind of government regulations and rules are in managing finance, what kind of schemes are available, what kind of methods in which you can save money, what kind of methods in which you should expend money, what will inflation do for you. If you have 1,000 rupees today, what will the 1,000 rupees after 10 years when you get married and when you become a parent? Is now into internet. Now they are working on they know to use you of some cyber issue. I'll tell you an example. One of my boy received a WhatsApp message from his saying that can you immediately transfer me 10. So this guy, without noticing anything, just because it has come from his brother's number, he hoped it is the name displayed his brother's name. He quickly transferred the 10,000 rupees through that Google Pay to his brother. After a doubt, and again he called his brother and checked. After transferring the money, then it was known that his brother has not sent the message. When he goes back and checks number against the name of that particular person or sender of that message, he has found it is not his brother, it is some other number, which means that's a new method of cyber threat. Second, there was one thing which happened. Last 2 months back, from Coimbatore, one of a big college, vice chancellor. There is one of the university that it is vice chancellor. One mail come from that vice chancellor's email to people like us, few of us, saying that my name is Hanbu. Is like this. Hi Hanbu, I am in an emergency. Due to my personal emergency, I'm in a need of 25,000 rupees. Can you just transfer it to me urgently? So that message comes from an email of a vice chancellor who is a well-reputed person. In a normal case, we would have immediately thought, oh my God, the vice chancellor is such a big person, they have some emergency, let me transfer the money to him. Immediately I will think like that. So what happened is, one of the person has transferred the money. Then it came to me, then we checked, and I was thinking twice, why will a vice chancellor ask money from me? She will never ask, because I know her. I called her. No, she was telling, my God, how will I ask money? Then we went back and checked that email. We understand, if for example, it is vice chancellor at particular university.in, IDs, Vice Chancellor read some other email, but the subject name, I mean the name of the email, everything is specifically her name. So it is kind of an executive fraud. No, it is called as executive fraud. Now you just Google out for executive fraud. It is, and there was one another threat, one another security issue which came no long time back. No, many years that has been there. No, somebody from Nigeria will send you a mail saying, no, I've got some 100 crores in my bank account. If you send me 25,000 rupees processing fee, I can take that 100 crore and I will transfer it to your account. Then we can, some mail like that, some mail will come. There were a lot of victims behind that. Now, why I am telling you all these things is for you to understand the cyber world also has a lot of threats. You and me are educated. We are at least having the power of understanding. But imagine about people, those who don't have formal education. They may not know. They will immediately become victim. First, for that, you should be aware of all those security threats. You should be expert, not only for you, for also supporting your family members and your loved ones who can who can survive in this cyber world. So that is the third fundamental skills you should have. The fourth one is data literacy. Everything is data in this world, right from morning when you wake up, the time what you watch, right? No, you go for a walk, the data is recorded in your phone, or then you go and do eat some food, you record your calories, then you go for work, your attendance is recorded. If you look at you go in the road, camera is clicking you, the roadside cameras are clicking you. If you look at, everything is data. It may be a number, it may be a date, it may be a date point, or it may be an image. If you look at, everything around us is data, for which you should have a proper data literacy. How data has to be stored, how it has to be analyzed, how it is being analyzed, how it is being interpreted. Again, let me repeat, specifically if you are in commerce economics background, data literacy is the starting point, because many career choices, which Mr. Patabi's book says, many career choices are revolving around data and data analysis. So you should definitely be strong in data literacy while you start your career. The fifth important foundational skill is a cloud skill. Now everything is in cloud, everything is stored online. Now we are talking, their software of this particular WebEx works in the cloud. You are sending an email, it works in the cloud. You are using a WhatsApp, it is working in the cloud. So the cloud is a new way of working, the new way of technology. I have that basic cloud skills. So these are the 5 fundamental domain skills every graduate must have. When I say domain skills, you should have very strongly in order to survive. Whatever job you choose, whatever you choose tomorrow, or even if you do your own entrepreneurship, you must have these 5 skills very strongly. The last point is, again, I would touch upon 1 or 2 fundamental life skills you will develop. Many people have spoken to you about having strong communication skills, because whether it comes, whether job, whether it is entrepreneurship, to survive in this new world, communication skill is essential. When we talk about communication skill, I would like to borrow one of the statements made by Warren Buffett, one of the famous investor, in one of the graduate convocation address. He was mentioning about one skill as a very, very powerful skill which will lead you to success in many aspects. That one skill is called public speaking skill. So according to him, public speaking skill is a one skill which will embed. Once you are able to go and speak public, what is public speaking skill? If you are able to go to the stage and talk to 100 of your students together or thousands of your students together, you have the power of that public speaking. He's saying public speaking skill is one skill. More important is, when you say public speaking skills, you should have strong communication. You should be able to get strong knowledge on the content what you're talking, which means you should be strong in the context. Third, you should be able to contextualize according to the audience. See, today, audience are graduate students. Tomorrow, the audience may be postgraduate students. Next day, when I'm speaking, the audience may be teachers. Then the audience may be corporate executives. So if I'm able to contextualize to each audience, if I'm able to contextualize to the current situation, I have the power. So once you're doing public speaking, you will have to be strong in communication, strong in content, and strong in contextualizing things. So he says, once you are strong in public speaking, you will have lot of other skills coming there. No, you will have lot of confidence. You will not have that stress. No, you will have automatically. You will have good motivation. Good amount of inspiration will pump within you. So he believes public skill is one skill way to learn lot of things automatically inside it. So please work on that. And if not in the first year, second year, or third year, by end of third year, I'm sure PSG Arts has lot of clubs, lot of public speaking forums within your class, within your department. You have opportunity to go and attend lot of seminars. I mean, when I say attend, it is you have opportunity to go and present in lot of paper presentation contests, lot of symposiums. You please participate. When I say participant, you don't just be a person who will sit and watch what is happening and coming back to your home. No, you should be a participant. You should participate. You should present paper. You should present projects. You should go and present it to others. For example, if there is a conference happening in your college, if sponsorship has that particular conference, you should go to a company, talk to that company, and fetch sponsorship. Thereby, you improve your communication skills. See, please note, many things in the college was developed in order to develop these life skills. For example, when a conference is being held in a college, actually it is meant for developing your lot of event management skills. It is not to run that conference. Many people understand as if that particular conference is to run that event and they will work towards running the event. No, it is to get a new experience. You have been learning all throughout the year, and suddenly your department is organizing a symposium. When the symposium is happening, there will be a lot of things you should do. You should be managing the event. You should work with vendors. You should work with audio, video, audio visuals. You should work on backdrop designing. You should work on an audio, video film for promoting that particular conference. Then you should work on companies to get some sponsorship. Then you should work on an event schedule. Then you will be working on doing stage MC. Then you will be getting experts from outside. If you look at these are all different type of skill you will get when you undergo that, when you experience that. But unfortunately, in a class of 50 years, only 4 or 5 students involved in all these things. Rest of them will continue to be a participant in that symposium or conference. I think you must think, I will play actively in any of such event, not just symposium. Anything which happens in your college, it is meant for a purpose. It is not meant for that activity. Remember that. No, if you think that is an activity, it is an activity, but it is not an activity. It is for you to get a new experience on a new certain skills. Okay. So with that, I don't want to take much time because I want to leave it to Mr. Pattabhiram, an important speaker. And my sincere request to all the students, please understand all the inputs from all the speakers. Definitely, it is going to be wealth of knowledge. Pick up at least 1 point or 2 points from each of the speaker. Try to imbibe those points or inculcate those in your day-to-day living in the next 1 year or 2 year, 3 year, as long as you are in this college. And definitely, you are here to succeed in a very big way in your life. So thank you very much to you. Thank you very much to the management of PSG Arts and Science for giving me this opportunity. All the best, students.
Thank you, sir, for giving us valuable inputs about communication skill and valuable skills. The session was amazing and wonderful, sir. And thank you, sir, for your inspirational speech. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's my honor to introduce and welcome our chief guest and speaker, Mr. V. Pattabhiraman, sir. He is a chartered accountant by profession and qualification, a writer by passion and teacher by accident. He is a chartered accountant and author, public speaker and teacher. His successful first novel, Ticking Times, is set in the backdrop of the audit profession. His textbook, First Lesson in Strategic Financial Management, is popular among CA students. His non-fiction, A Few Good Men, is a biosketch of 9 of India's champion entrepreneurs. He recently wrote Beyond 2020, 25 happening accounting and finance professional. He did a CA at Deloitte Haskins & Sells and was the best outgoing student at the college. Today, he is a part of a public accounting firm that he co-founded, Yoganand and Ram, which is a multi-partner, multi-location firm with over a team strength of 80+. He worked on valuation and strategy, also part of the faculty team of Prime Academy, a CA training institute, co-founded with 2 others. In these several years, he have been into journalism, writing for newspapers and magazines of repute on contemporary issues. A thought leadership document titled The Future of Higher Education, 9 Mega Trends, written by him, was released by the Vice President at a virtual function and relayed live on Rajya Sabha TV. He co-wrote a biography on D. Rangasamy, a chartered accountant. Later, in 2018, he authored a book, Building a Legacy, a biography of A. Ramakrishna, former Deputy Managing Director of L&T. The book was released by the Vice President of India. He spoke at various seminars and workshops, both in India and internationally. We are happy to welcome you, sir. I now request our chief guest, sir, to take over the session.
Thank you very much. Before I just wanted to know, is it possible to share a PPT here?
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. I'll be sharing.
No, if I can share from here, I can do that.
1 minute.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, you can share. You have shared it? Okay, all right. Yeah, go ahead. I'm not able to see anything. I'm just able to see only a black screen there. Yeah, no hurry. Or if it is not working, doesn't matter. Okay.
So can't you share it yourself? Can't you click on that share button? Is it not active?
I can do that. That's what I was checking. I will do that.
That is better so that you can control it yourself. Sir. Click on share content.
Can you share the screen, sir?
You have shared, is it?
Madam, hold on, madam. I think let's share himself so that it's easy.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah. Open the file and you can go ahead.
Is this?
It is visible, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. I must first thank both the PSG College of Arts and Science and the ICT Academy for this opportunity to address commerce students on the opportunities that are available in the world of accounting and finance. I think in a very powerful presentation, Anbu spoke to you about how the world around us has changed unequivocally. And nevertheless, we have actually been able to continue our businesses as before. I don't think there could have been a greater, what should I say, a greater token of appreciation on what people have done both in industry and in education in able to deliver their product, able to deliver their service via technology, even as the entire world sat at home, hit by an unknown virus. Today, what I'll try to do is I'll try to split my talk into a few parts. I'll first tell you how there has been dramatic change in the last 25 years. Many of them you would know, but if you've actually lived pre-1995 and post-1995, since many of you have not lived pre-1995, I want you to see the power of the change that you have witnessed. I'll then talk about three very important trends that are happening in the world. They are what are popularly called artificial intelligence, automation, and machine learning. And I'll speak to you only about one of them. I'll talk to you about how artificial intelligence is changing the workplace, and consequent to which are we actually going to see job losses? And if you are going to see job losses, what is it that people like you need to do in order to stay relevant? To unburst 5 skills, I'll add 3. And then I have a list of careers that I will very, very briefly outline and tell you with conviction that the world of accounting and finance for people who may or may not be chartered accountants, who may or cost accountants, who may or may not be company secretaries. Okay, that's the broad agenda. It was sometime in 1995, the internet hit upon India in a commercial sense. And it took maybe a decade, a decade by the time its second cousin Google actually came up. Email also came in 1996 to our country. And when email first came, people like me who grew up in the pre-internet era were fascinated. It was unbelievable that a document could travel at the speed that the email travels. But we could not have had internet being exciting to us but for the presence of Google. Without the search engine Google, the internet would have been just another product, and over a period of time, it would have slipped into being a commodity. And I think the single most important development took place in 2009, 10 years ago, although its seeds were sown earlier, when a man called Mark Zuckerberg introduced Facebook to the world, coming almost around the same time that Orkut came in. Social media with Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram simply made the world extremely and extraordinarily small. I never in my life ever thought that I would be able to connect with my schoolmates. I'm sure your parents might be saying the same thing. More importantly, your grandparents today are hooked to the social media. And all of this is possible with just this one piece on hand, the mobile. You don't need a big computer. You don't need a giant laptop. You can, as it were, carry the world in your pocket. I'll tell you one story and then I'll move on. This is something that happened long years ago. It happened when I was in class 7. And I studied in a school where each class had a maximum of 20 students. That was by design. That was not by accident. And we had this great doubt as to which is the capital of the United States of America. 17 of us 20 knew that New York was the capital of the US of A. 1% said Washington, D.C. is the capital. 2 other people had no views. One day, we decided we'll ask our teacher. But that day, the geography teacher did not turn up. And in her arts, as in drawing, landed. We asked him, sir, which is the capital of the US of A? And he said, Washington, D.C. is the capital of US. We all laughed. had the heartiest laugh of our lifetime. We came back home, and I remember I tell my father that we have a teacher who does not know which is the capital of US. My father said, why don't you take a look at the atlas? And when I looked at the atlas, I realized with great shock that 17 of us were wrong. There's only one who was right, and the teacher was also right that Washington, D.C. is in fact capital of the United States of America. I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this because it took me 12 hours to find that out. Today, it takes just a second. You just have to Google. And that is why, like Anbu said earlier, in digital literacy, your ability to use Google, your ability to use the search engine is going to be so significantly important. Today, the greatest thing for all of us, you, me, your parents, your grandparents, is that we have got all information available with us. Data is available with us in our mobile. Information is available with us in our mobile. It's only how we make use of it that is important. Now, whatever I said is only a trailer, is only a blip. It's only a small part of a dramatic change that we are going to see in the next 10 years. The internet, the Google, the email, the social media, and the mobile are just a blip in the sky. The major event, the tsunami, is going to happen in the next 10, 15 years. And you must consider yourself extremely lucky that you will be making your career in possibly the most happening period of world history. Three important trends. One is automation, two is artificial intelligence, three is innovation. These will have massive impact on the workplace and on how you educate yourself, how you see yourself. Education and skilling is not going to be a one-time affair. It's not that the day you step out of the PSG College of Arts and Science, your education is over. Your education is actually going to be lifelong. I'll talk to you just about one item there, AI, artificial intelligence. I'll talk to you just about one item there, automation, because I want you to realize, understand, and appreciate that these are not going to be things that are going to happen sometime in the distant future. These are things that have already begun to happen. Automation along with AI will kill some jobs. It will leave other jobs untouched and will hopefully create fresh ones. I'll tell you what. Once upon a time, 15 years back, jobs at call centers were so very important. Thanks to automation, call center employees, jobs are going up in smoke. Once upon a time, at least when I started off my CA practice, data entry was a big job offer. Today, data entry operators are losing out. Today, insurance underwriting is important. Insurance is one area where young accountants like you, young commerce graduates like you can work and will work. And in that space, underwriting is disappearing thanks to automation. Tax preparation. I don't know what your tax professor told you, but today tax returns are prepared courtesy automation. And as the news that spread around day before, a company that actually prepares, a technology company, is today valued at $300 billion. It's not the amount of money that any CA actually makes. Jobs of tax preparers is going, automation is coming in. Translation, which was once upon a leading job, over the next few years, that will also go away. Google is doing a fairly decent job of translation. It's definitely still in the embryonic stage, but over a period of time, I'm sure it'll itself. And once Google upskills itself, there will be no beating it. Okay. However, and this is where there are some jobs that are forever. Psychiatrists, master storytellers, guys who can tell stories. Anbu spoke to you about communication. When I am saying storytellers, I don't mean guys who are necessarily authors. I don't mean guys who necessarily write novels. A storyteller is also a guy who can convince a boss in a company that this is what needs to be done, or a guy who can convince a boss in the company that the work that I do is very important for the company. Master storytellers, world-class teachers are not going to disappear. There is going to be work for world-class teachers. And when I want that world-class with an inverted, scientists, actors, leaders, these are roles that are going to stay because they will need innovative skills. And in this space, accountants who have knowledge, accountants who have skill set to be able to work alongside automation are going to be important. Let me give you a very quick example. Many of you work on Excel. It's important that you know how to work Excel. It's unimportant that you create Excel in exact same. You don't have to be the guy who creates automation. You have to be the guy who understands how to put that to use. That's going to be a very, very important skill. So automation is going to see the exit of a few jobs. Automation is going to see the entry of a few jobs. And the good news is that there are areas in accounting and finance that are going to survive. And I'm going to speak about that at the fag end when I tell you that there are a slew of careers, 25 of them that we picked up. I'll name a few of them which are going to be there and in which you can make your calling. There are many of us who make AI look very technical. I want you to understand AI is not something that's going to happen in the future because AI is already there. Google Map, classic example. You drive from place A to place B, Google Map tells you which road to take. It tells you that it's overcrowded. This road is undercrowded. You will reach there in 37 minutes. And it happens. Gmail uses filters to identify spams, and its accuracy level is 99.96%. I can tell you in the last 5 years, roughly speaking, I must have had 1 lakh spams. Sometimes when I feel bored, or sometimes when I think I'm being creative, I go take a look at the spams. And out of 1 lakh spams so far, only 5 were wrongly placed. They were not spams. That is remarkable in terms of accuracy. The graduate record exam grades essays using robots. And all of us thought that no, automation is possible only for multiple choice questions. No, even graded essays can actually be automated, and that's happening. So the teaching community that is here, which believes a lot in their ability to do valuing papers, will have to be guarded. Chess players have always used AI-powered engines to analyze their games. Right from 1970s, I'm not exaggerating, 50 years ago, when Boris Spassky played Bobby Fischer at Reykjavik in 1972, from that time onwards, 8 chess players have used AI-powered engines to analyze their games. And today, you play chess on your mobile with computers or with people. Last but not the least, a Boeing flight that flies from New York to Tokyo, 14 hours of flight, only 7 minutes is manual intervention. The rest of them are completely driven by AI and automation. Imagine the next time that you board a flight, tell yourself the pilot's job is very, very small. Why do we still need a pilot? We still need a pilot because I think mentally, physically, we are not yet ready for a situation where we think that the cockpit can be unmanned. So I spoke to you about the past, about 95 to 2020. I told you that what has happened so far is only the trailer. I told you just now that automation is going to take away, and then automation is going to introduce new. AI is not something in the future. AI is not something, what should I say, that will happen in some lifetime. It's already happening. It's here and now. I'm now going to move on to try to tell you what are the big changes three big changes that you're going to see in the work in which you're going to work. When you step out of your college, end of 3 years of graduation, your people younger to you who step out after 4 years of graduation, if and when the new education policy comes in place, you will find that you have to constantly upgrade yourself. Workers are going to be, when I use the word worker, I mean employees. Your team are going to be scattered across the world, and yet you're going to work with them in almost much the same way that today's program is scattered. I do not know where each one of you is coming from. I, for example, am speaking from Chennai. Anbu, of course, spoke from near your college in Coimbatore. So, in almost much the same way, different people will work from different parts of the world. I don't like giving personal examples, but I'll make an exception this time and tell you that in the book that I wrote recently, 6 people worked on it. Each one of them came from a different place. One of them lives in Dubai, worked from Dubai. Another lives in Bangalore, worked from Bangalore. Another, I sat here in Chennai and worked. Another person sat in Chennai. And one last person was, I think, from England. That kind of working has today become normal. Today it has become passé. It's no longer something that gives eyebrows. Okay, mobile workforce is going to be important. Digital, Anbu has spoken to you a lot about digital. I don't want to therefore rub it further into you. But what I would like to tell you is that creation of content in whatever field you are and personalizing that content is going to be very important. As I see it, even education is going to get increasingly, just like a denim jeans pant is different for different people, personalized and made different for different people. Education is also scheduled to tailor-made for different people. Your workplace is already being scheduled and tailor-made for different people. Some of the things that I tell you today may or may not be very understandable to you at this particular point in time. But sometime 2 years, sometime 3 years later, sometime 5 years later, you'll get a hang of the whole thing. And then you'll tell yourself, hey, on a Saturday morning, our college organized a power seminar in which 2 people spoke about things that they said would happen, and look, they have happened. Whether you pick up anything else or not, I want you to understand that to be successful in the workplace, you will have to have specialization that changes from one to another. Let me give you a commerce example, where in 2017, a specialist in GST, Goods and Services Tax, was highly regarded because Goods and Services Tax had just then emerged. A lot of young accountants, young CAs, young CWAs, young company secretaries moved to doing GST. Today, GST has become extremely automated. The government is so very confident about its technologies around GST that it has actually eliminated or removed audit of GST. GST audit has been withdrawn in the budget that went by. In other words, GST has become now a commodity that anybody and their uncle can do. So if you want to stay alive, you can't be a specialist in GST. You will possibly want to now specialize in transfer pricing, or you will want to specialize in international taxation. Or if you were once upon a time specializing, let us say, in corporate finance, today you would possibly want to specialize in a different area of corporate finance because there are lots of young boys and girls who are setting startups and who need money. And if you can therefore work for a venture capitalist, if you can work for a private equity fund, that will help. All that I'm trying to say, don't think that I specialize in one area, that's going to hold me good for life. No, it's not going to happen that way. And that's the biggest challenge today. That's the biggest challenge today. The biggest challenge today is that people will, as they progress, have to unlearn a few things and relearn a few things. I'll move on to my penultimate point about skills. Learning is going to be lifelong. There's absolutely no two opinion about it. 60% of the skills that are today relevant. I know I'm making a very, what should I say, very 30,000 feet level statement. 60% of the skills that are considered relevant today will not be relevant in 5 years' time. The skills that are going to be relevant in 5 years' time are the ability to be able to learn lifelong. Like I said earlier, please do not think that the day you step out of the PSG college or the day post PSG you go join, let's say, a B school and come out of, say, an IIM, your job is over. Don't think that your education is not. Education has just about begun. Anbu talked about communication. Today, it's very important to sell ideas. That's why I spoke to you about the skill of being an ex-storyteller. Selling ideas, including when you're an accountant, is important. You'll have to tell the management as to why a particular thing be done the way it is to be done. Last, but definitely not the least, nobody that it cannot be done. I am not that you should do whatever the company asks you to do. I'm not telling you that you should do things that are not allowed in law. But when a asks you something, you can't point blank say no. You will have to go find what is possible within the framework of law. You will have to go find out whether there are alternative mechanisms for doing it. If it is not possible, then you come back and say no. Organizations today recruit, even at the time I came out of the CA Institute, organizations used to do that. But today, more emphatically, organizations can do. They don't want people, oh, this cannot be done, oh, this is not allowed in law, oh, this will require this will require that. I'm not saying people are looking at yes men. People are looking at can-do people. I'll now shift to the last leg of my talk. And as I shift to the last leg of my talk, I want to identify for your benefit a few areas. There are 25 areas that I had identified, but I've clubbed them and placed them in one place. Some of them I have not put out here. I'm going to talk about areas where any graduate can work. Today you can work in forensic audit. Forensic audit is where, like Sherlock Holmes, you go and find out whether a fraud has been committed, or you go find out whether there is a fraud that is waiting to happen. There is a widely held expectation that in the space of the next 5 years, the law will mandate that companies of a certain size will have to undergo forensic audit. So if you want to study to become a forensic auditor, even without wanting to become a CA, that is quite possible. You just have to study CFE, Certified Fraud Examiner. Okay. Then, of course, the S in the FSI stands for statutory audit. The I in the FSI stands for internal audit. All these three audits need people at different levels. They don't necessarily need chartered accountants. They also need people who can do other things. Then there is information today has become power. Today, there are lots of things that is happening in the IT space which is not very comfortable. And Anbu gave you a couple of examples. How does somebody audit? And trust me when I tell you, and this is something that IT professionals publicly acknowledged in a conversation with me on the internet, that the guys who are highly respected in IS are not the technology guys. They are the accounting professionals, because the accounting professionals come with a background in audit, with a background in controls, and they are widely respected. You have scope in IS. Of course, there is technology. Analytics today has become very important. Big data analytics has become very important. I'll give you a clue. If you go and log on to Amazon.com and go buy a book, Amazon tells you bought this book in 2017. Okay. Today it's important to, today data, Lots of data is available. But what is important is how do you convert the data into information. So technology is important. Taxation, of course, has always been the breeding ground for accountants. You can work in corporate finance, raising money. You can work in capital markets where money is again raised. There are jobs in banking where, despite automation, people need people to converse with others, to explain others. PPOs and KPOs are seeing job cuts. Okay, they are seeing job cuts, but nevertheless, they still need people. So, if you're somebody who understands processes well, if you're someone who is very strong in your subject, you there. Cost management, many companies are looking at cost cutting. Many of the things that you learn in college are actually employed in the industry. Every company today, be it a manufacturing company, be it an agriculture company, be it a service company, be it an educational institute, everybody is looking at reducing costs. Insurance is an area which is growing enormously in India. Insurance is heavily underpenetrated. Insurance giants tell me lots of people are today required to work in the area of insurance. Insurance is hugely getting automated, but nevertheless, lots of people are required. India is full of law, compliance. That's an area where lots of graduates work. Financial modeling, the ability to come out with Excel templates that will help people to populate a few numbers and throw up a complete statement is important. For example, budgeting. Budgeting is just a very raw first level example. There are many areas where financial modeling can happen. So these are some areas: forensic audit, stat audit, insurance audit, IS audit, technology, taxation, corporate finance, etc., etc., etc. I'll very quickly summarize as I move to the last part of my talk. I'll just take another couple of minutes. I began by saying that the world around us has changed. In 1995 and shaped our life. Yet those 5 things by the yardsticks of what is going in the years ahead is a very small thing. In the years ahead, you're going to see both automation and AI take over your lives. While automation and AI will take over your lives for sure, the workplace for people who can be mobile, people who work in space, all within the framework of your own specialization, and people who can be specialists like serial entrepreneurs. Lifelong learning is important. Being a master storyteller is critical, and you must have a can-do syndrome. Aside of all that, there are lots of work areas where people need people. If somebody is selling you the story that we are going to see humongous unemployment in the years ahead, don't buy that argument. Yes, jobs will be lost, new ones will come up, and those and keep them correct. Always going to have jobs to work. Thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Students, if you have any questions, please write them in the chat box. Students, if you have any questions, please post the question in the chat box. Sir,
Yeah.
can you please recommend any courses for developing the skills for the students?
You
So they are
mean
better.
skills as in technical thing or? I'll tell you what technical things can be done. For example, if somebody wants to be into forensic, for instance, he will have to do, as he progresses, a CFE course, Certified Forensic Fraud Exam course. In almost much the same way, if somebody wants to be in corporate finance and capital markets, post his graduation, as he begins to work in an organization, he will have to preferably pick for himself a post-graduation qualification, or he must do the CFA course, which is considered to be the gold standard in finance. At any level, depending upon where you're working and what area you work, today there are a lot of certification programs. For example, if you're going to be in the space of wealth management, the NISM has a lot of courses. The National Stock Exchange has a lot of certification courses which people can do. Okay, which people can do. In short, what I'm trying to say is that as we move along, see people picking up qualifications or certifications in Coursera, etc. The courses that people will have to do are the ones that are relevant to their jobs. Either one does it and takes up a job of that job, or steps into that job, gets that job, and then does a course under that. Okay, so areas relating to audit focused areas would obviously require doing certified fraud and examiner. What is that? IS audit area would require somebody to do the CISA course, CSA, which is basically right at any time. The general view is that it takes about maybe 6 months for somebody to crack that exam. So, depending upon where one is, if one is in the capital market, then CFA would be the gold standard. But if someone thinks, CFA is a hard thing to crack, he does various certifications. But the most important in all this is not the degree to perform on the job. The skill that you have in the job is what is most critical.
Thank you, sir. There are a few questions posted, sir. I'll read the questions, sir.
Yeah.
Like, ways to improve on my writing skills and opportunities available for writing. As
writing is essentially a creative. The way to improve writing would actually be to go out and do writing. What I say is cliched, but the best way is to actually go about and do writing. Today, what has happened increasingly is that writing has also become conversational. So you don't have to write like how Shakespeare wrote. You don't have to write how the books of 30, 40 years ago were written. The way to write is therefore to, one, be an extensive reader, because if you want to write a non-technical book, you will have to bring information from different fields. Okay, so if you're someone who has just been grounded in accounting, and has very little understanding of other areas, you could be in trouble. But just to give you an example, a good teacher who teaches, let's say, corporate finance should be somebody who should also have an understanding of let's say, the IPL, because IPL is a classic example of how people are valued. Okay, if you're teaching a course on valuation in corporate finance, you must also have an understanding of how cricket gets played, how IPL happens, how football Super League takes place, etc. So, in order to be able to write well, you'll have to bring different data. And there are few things that you can read up on the net to know how to write. But personally, I think it's like where you don't really learn. Yeah, you learn in order to fine tune things, but otherwise you learn largely by practice, by actual writing. If every day you can spend half an hour unfailingly on writing, that could be a good starting point. Depends on what you want to write. If you want to write non-technical matter, then my suggestion is that every day half an hour, just go ahead and do some initial writing, get it seen by people to see how understandable it is.
Thank you, sir. So one more question. What it takes to excel in public speaking and to become a successful entrepreneur in corporate world?
Anbu, you want to answer that?
Yes, sir. There's a question posted by the students, sir.
Okay, all right. Again, good public speaking would be essentially by practice. Essentially by practice, which is why the opportunities that come in the college clubs, debating clubs, have to be taken advantage of. The only way that you can become a good public speaker is first actually to get down to public speaking. As is often said, a very cliched example, but a very true example, you don't read textbooks to learn to swim. Yes, you might read something, but ultimately you'll have to jump there. So my own suggestion is that you must practice. You can, of course, also read many books that talk about how to speak in public. The best book, best means most well-known book, which is considered to be the Bible book on public speaking, is by Dale Carnegie. You can read that. It's an idea about how to start, how to finish, how to have content. But ultimately, like I said, no, you'll have to stand up and talk. Maybe every day you can begin by standing in front of the mirror and talking, and then getting 5-6 people around you, talk to them, and so on. So that's the way it happens. And today it's not all that very hard because I see lots of young people, 18 to 22 people, be able to address a large crowd very easily. So practice is what will help you do that. Success in entrepreneurship is a very serious matter. It is not a mantra that one can imbibe. But I think if successful entrepreneurs have three things in common. One is that they are people who are willing to take risk. Two is they are people, for want of a better word, are stubborn. They make up their mind, they decide something needs to be done, they will do it. They would listen to a few people for sure, but they believe in what they are doing. Belief in what they are doing, ability and willingness to take risk. And third and last thing is that they surround themselves with extremely good people. People who could be more intelligent than them, but people who are, what should I say, extremely resourceful and people who are charged up to work. So in my view, you need to have those attributes because most successful guys have those attributes. The ability and willingness to take risk, the ability and willingness to stay steadfast in what you are doing, and of course to know when to cut losses. And last but definitely not the least, create a team that works hard for you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Speaker Mr. Pattabhiram, sir, a passionate writer, has combined his knowledge gained in corporates, his writing skills, and given us a wonderful session. Thank you, sir, for giving us valuable insight on the opportunities in accounting and finance, the challenges faced in the workspace, and the skills to be developed to overcome it. Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. We look forward your presence in future, sir, to give us valuable inputs. Thank you, organizers, for organizing such a good webinar for the students. Our heartfelt thanks to our students for active participation. Thank you all for being a part of the event.
Thank you.
Next section will be continuing.
Come. Is it I'm audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, ma'am. Just a second. Good morning, ma'am. Welcome you, ma'am.
Good morning. Thank you.
Yeah. Very good morning. I welcome you all for this second day of HR Conclave, and then in the second session, the third session we are in. At this juncture, I'm very happy to introduce such a honorable speaker, Meha Gupta, HR Director, iServe, speaker, mentor, and the list just goes on. She had completed her bachelor degree BCom and master degree MCom at University of Rajasthan by the year 2006. Then she had completed her MBA HR at Indira Institute of Business Management in the year 2008. After completing of her master degree, she started her career at Teleservice Limited, new assistant manager and corporate HR for more than. After that, she continued her career as HR business partner, Ecosystem Limited, Noida, till the year 2014. She worked till 2019 in Public Sapient as HR business partner and at present as HR director in Pfizer. Reflective question is the only way to bring a team to solve the real-time problems. And a list of success goes on actually. And in this regard, I'm happy to introduce such a young and dynamic woman for our session. I'm very happy. Just we are now the session is yours.
Thank you. So thank you, everyone. Definitely my pleasure to interact with all of you. So how much time, Suresh, I have, in total?
Total 45 minutes, man. That 45 to 1 hour you can take, man. No issues.
Okay, fair enough. So what I'll do is I usually like to have most of my conversations to be extremely interactive. So what I'm going to do is, shuffle between the talk as well as couple of slides that I'll talk. And obviously, I don't like to have one way conversation. So be participative, use the chat window, as much as you can to share your insights. And I'll absolutely leave last 15 minutes for us more open conversation where you can ask questions, you can share your point of view so that we are come at a same page to have more open conversation. Now I'm going to talk about a very key topic which is going around emerging trends or emerging skills from the future of work point. So that is going to be the topic that I'm going to pick up. So let me know when you can see my screen.
Yes.
Good. We are while that nobody predicted that COVID-19. That when I still remember when in the month of March we got into lockdown. We all thought and solved for something, say next 30 days or next 15 days, and we all believe that okay, this is the month when we're going to go back, everything is going to be normal. The cases will just completely stop coming, and everything is going to be back to where we were. And while happened, this is where we are. It's exactly a year from a lockdown or slash a work from home scenario that we are doing today. We definitely don't know when the crisis will end, and I'm talking across the globe. We don't know while the vaccination is there, how successful vaccination is, how long the vaccination can protect you. But surely what is very evident from last 1 year is by the time the crisis is going to end, the world is going to look very different than what it is today. Now I will bring your notice of the survey that happened in the Fortune magazine. Now, this was done in the Q2 of 2020, and the Fortune 500 asked these questions, and this responded, by the way. When do they believe that the economic activity will return to the level of pandemic? And mostly 52% of the Fortune 500 CEOs said somewhere in 2020 Q1, and study was done in Q2 2020. So they already said that not less than 2 years the economic activities. When do they think that the business travel of the company is going to return before the pandemic? And imagine almost again 51% of the CEOs predicted that it's never going to come back the way the business travel used to happen. What is the single most crisis has stopped CEOs? And everybody said that work from home can work. And I remember everybody in, oh my God, is work from home possible? From home was always a benefit, but today it's seen as a new way of working in the organization. That's a big thing that the world has realized. People were talking about productivity, but there is another side which pandemic has taught, which says that not from home is possible, but the productivity does increase, and so do and the emotional goes, because there is literally no start time, there is literally no end time, which obviously apparently leaves people think about, oh my God, while the work from home is possible, but do you want to really think about how do you balance your emotional well-being, your mental well-being, your emotional support at home, and how do you really do? Now, which brings to a very important question around saying, we all need to go back to basics. This pandemic is not a pause button, but this has to be looked as a restart button, which means everything today, has to be thought about and spoken about in terms of everything that we do today has to go back to the drawing board. Now, whether you think about the workplace strategy, whether you think about the talent that you hire, whether you think about, what's the cost that I incur today, how do I really shift the focus from the well-being benefits that I give today to, what's the future thing of well-being needs to be given to the associates. Now, let me take an example here. Why am I'm saying this is because if you think about one of the studies, these were the 4 key brands that was the top 10 companies to look forward to. Now today they're fundamentally really thinking about their existence. What's our existence model? How do we reinvent the business change for be relevant in the market, which means organizations will have to start thinking about not just what are they thinking office space or innovative practices, but also thinking about how they're going to treat, how their model is sustainable to any pandemic situation that happens tomorrow. How do organizations respond to the any of the crises, that's whether it's coronavirus, whether it's 50 years that's predicted in the world economic around being one of the hub of the air pollutions, and that will be the next pandemic, by the way, that's already been predicted by the world economy. What are organizations doing about it? Does the organization demonstrate the commitment towards people to be viewed as a top tier brands? And I think those would be the new reinventing fundamentals when it comes to employer and seeing, how do they think about the strategy coming forward? Now, another study quotes about that, we are thinking about as an organization productivity from home scenario, which means the that you would see in the future is going to be remote working. Now, that's the first trend that I will talk about in the workplace. Okay, if organizations need to survive, they really need to think about the workplace trends, because that the remote by means imagine organizations were really thinking Mumbai, Bangalore, where their offices space was, you would really think your associate or Chandigarh or Pune or a small place. Yesterday, people were supposed to relocate. There is no. You can just ask people to work from. Which suddenly your target scope organization up into a large space. Now think about person who's looking. Tomorrow you will have the power to negotiate to say that, oh, can I take a permanent work from home or can I take a partial work from home? And that's the new lens organization to think about. That's a new skill that HR heads need to start taking up, to say, what's the cost that I can save tomorrow to hire somebody from work from home versus somebody that I bring to the environment, and the in and around jazz that I have to do there. Which means organizations needs to also solve for a problem around the mental and the emotional stress that work from home brings in. And how do you solve for that? This absolutely brings in the lower expenses for the organization, because now you don't have to spend for rentals, you don't have to spend electricity, you don't have to spend for the commute of people. But inevitably, what brings is the change of the organization culture, which means another problem that organizations need to solve for is in the remote setup. How do organizations really think about the changing and the evolving need of people, and bringing the same level of connectiveness, the same level of communication into a, how do you bring back those water cooler conversations to the organization, which can still bring in and fuel in the the culture of collaboration, the culture of innovation practices, the culture of connecting with each other to a remote setup, and fuel in that level of communication and connectedness across the board. Because it gives an unshakable sense of people, because the DNA of every organization that people believe, which means HR heads or people need to solve about, how do you build remote setup, how do you bring diverse mindsets and diverse people and leadership into the mix, how do you think about being in, yet if somebody is not talking into a meeting group of 50, how do you ensure that you connect with that people and see if something is wrong? And that's the level of inclusivity that that you'll have to start thinking about, because there are no open doors where people can walk in, but you have to really bring in open doors over a virtual setup for people to really feel that they can still connect with the leadership team, or talk to anyone that they want, even to a remote setup standpoint. Now this is a study which was prior before the from home has also started, which means even into a before remote setup of disengaged organization. Now imagine if you don't the organization, the person can really 5% of share of not engaged, and really become 75% of the population really getting disengaged organization, if you really don't solve for the culture of the organization. Now, which also brings an aspect of going back and solving for what are the employee benefits, providing a gym for health. Today, you have to think about not just solving gym at home for people to bring of solving of can you think about the apps that has started, which tracks your daily activity, and do organizations of that? If commute is not happening, can you think about giving the expense reimbursement of city, or your hardship allowance, or setting up a office type facility in their home? Because that's really become the need of an hour, really than thinking about, oh, I'll bring you a transport facility to our office. More relevant. And I think those are some of the things that uniquely will become the workplace trends for the future standpoint. Now, an open question to everyone. Why do you think this quote was made by the executive director of United Nations? Why that COVID-19 is not a gender neutral? Do use the chat window.
Students can reply for this in chat box.
Okay, no. Okay. So the reason that it's made is because while you would think about a lot of.
Sorry for disturbing me. One answer came on the chat box, man. Because it was said that said by Vinita ji, and women were most affected.
Perfect. So you think about the sector. This is true. Absolutely true. Now think about the sectors which hired women. Your retail sector, your hospitality sector includes your restaurants, which includes your, imagine, yesterday if you were walking into your Marks and Spencer store, you were literally going and shopping. Vis-a-vis, today Marks and Spencer may still be selling online, but the stores doesn't need that much of staff, which means a lot of women have disappropriately been affected by COVID-19 because some of those layoffs, some of those shutdowns of sectors are much higher in comparison to, say, a ITS sector or any other sector. And that has disappropriately affected women losing out on the jobs or, income level. And while we believe or not, while this has happened, COVID-19 also brings a silver lining to hire back women workforce or people with minority. And why I'm saying, because earlier when the remote working was not able to bring in the diverse workforce, whether it was a night shift or working hours or women not able to pick up jobs, which was long hours. Today, with the remote setup, those jobs are actually very lubricative for a working woman. At the same time, what you'll have to also think about, what's the mindset that you bring in the organization? Can you bring in more awareness in the organization to jobs that can be reserved for women? Can you think about a leadership roles, thinking about what can be filled in by the workforce, and not just women. I'm talking about LGBTQ or any people with race, people with color, because that's the mindset that we have to need to start bringing in the organization. Now, is going to place trends. Now, this again from a silver lining standpoint has that you already saw traffic less, you saw so air pollution. All as an individuals, as an organization, trends tomorrow that can to bring in more natural resources. How can we conserve less water, less electricity? Set up how it can be start thinking about teaching students a lot more, because you already heard that 1 in 10 students now are not getting a proper education in school because there are no technology facility in a lot of areas who can really a great study to students over a remote setup. So this goes back to saying, a workplace trend is also going to be around thinking much more so that, the world doesn't into is another responsibility for us. Now, while this is pretty much the deck that I have, but the biggest thing that I want to bring as a relevant thing is it's going to happen. Really gain. And I'm going to talk about the 5 skills that are going to be the most relevant for you from a future jobs. Now, if I talk about, again, the World Economic Forum, the key emerging skills that they spoke about, the first is the analytical thinking and innovation. Now, what does it even mean for each one of us? And bring in the context of an HR about when we hire people, what do we really expect from MBA folks, or when we hire somebody. Now think about how can you really talk about analytical thinking and innovation, and why it's also a future of job. Because today, while all happens from a workplace trend standpoint, what is the one thing that is going to be constant is the change. And organizations, while today are solving for what is their future workplace and how can they really think about it, what they're unsure about is what is the future of each of their business, which means they will start to hire a lot more for futures. They will start to hire for people who can think on their feet, ready to innovate, who are bringing in new diverse set of ideas, not into the specialization of areas they bring in, but also to connect the dots of what's happening in the organization and really bring in the ideas of saying, can we really look into XYZ, which will help us decrease cost or bring in more effectiveness or bring in more, productivity on the organization, which doesn't mean that, you are only thinking about the specialization that you want it, but also thinking about how to make the organization better by reducing cost or by bringing more productivity or bringing by more efficiency. And, that is what organizations will really be hiring for, which means person who really brings in the analytical thinking, which really bringing and ready in more innovative ideas. The second emerging skill that the study talks about is the complex problem solving. Now, problem solving is, think about tomorrow you join an ITS organization, and there is a set way of solving a problem for the client. The client is happy, but can you bring in? And I'll give you a small example. Can you think about bringing a data set? And that's the simplest answer that I give to a fresher who joins. Just put in all the data sets about how this job was performed in last 2 years, and you can organization always would have that kind of a data. Put that into a set of data set. These many man hours were spent into performing this job. This is the type of technology that we have today. This is what we get complex job. Now, if I just put that and say, okay, if this was the data set, tomorrow if you bring in 1% of or a process improvement, this will tomorrow in next 6 months maybe reduce 2 man hours, or it will reduce 2 people's job, or it will bring a lot of or give us 20% productivity, and the person can pick up a 20% more additional work. Imagine simple, just by putting a representative data into a context of what can be improved and showing a productive lens to the organization can suddenly bring about, okay, wow, this suddenly by doing nothing, by adding no additional cost to the organization or by minimal adding cost to the organization or by leveraging the same technology that you have today, can really think about a long-term productivity. Now, that's the skill that organization will start to look about. It's not about anymore doing just the job, but thinking out of the box and solving for it. How can I bring in more productivity to the organization? Now, the third emerging skill that I'm going to talk about is the learning and the learning strategies. Now, that's in the HR fraternity, we talk about the learning mindset, and you would hear whenever you talk any HR leader talking about it. It's about how open an individual is ready to learn the new strategies that comes as an emerging trend, or how much are you open and willing to change your own core skill. Now think about, and I'm going to give an example again of the IT setup. Yes, organizations used to have a project for 5 years or 10 years. After 2 years, the project team used to go to the client and say, okay, after 2 years, we have read the scope, we have everything in place. This is how the project will go on for next 3 years. And only after the 4th year, the client were able to see actually some shape and form of the project. Today, after 5 years or 10 years in the IT industry, that changed to waterfall model. Now, what a typical waterfall model is, that, into the journey, that 2 years or 3 years of the design phase has cut down 1 year. After 1 year, you go back to a client, say, okay, this is the scope of the project. This is how we're going to solve. But every 6 months, we'll start to show you some shape and the project instead of show you the finalized project after the 4 years in the project journey. And that's the waterfall model, because you're able to adjust and show something to the client and make adjustments in every 6 months phases. Now that has also gone into a historical. Now you have something known as agile. Now, again, agile is not the latest model, by the way. A lot of organizations are still onto the journey of coming from waterfall to agile model. Now, what is an agile model? Agile model says that, we will do all of the sprint. We will, do your scoping and projection in the first 3 months of the project cycle. And you will have a sprint of every 45 days to 3 months. And every 3 months, that cycle is shortened for us to go back and say, okay, this is what we have delivered. After 3 months, we will keep showing you some of the deliverables. Now, again, your scope and, client is able to see a finished product every 3 months. And, you would say, for example, in a example of creating a cycle, you are maybe showing how the tire looks like, or, how does a cycle looks like. So that if the model needs correction, that can happen every 3 months during the cycle. And the project scope can also be changed and reviewed every 3 months. Now, the new and the future of technology is in the engineering model. Now, what is an engineering model? Engineering model is not to wait for even 3 months, but the sprint or the release of every new one happens literally every 1 week or every 50 days. Now, that, organizations uses every hour. Some of the organizations like Google and Amazon literally uses product releases every 5 hours or every single hour as well. Now, one example that I can give about the phone that you have, you see the product releases, your updates of the software keeps coming. That's really an example of the engineering piece, because what they'll do is they will not the entire phone battery has an issue, your camera has an issue, your phone hangs. So they don't no more make releases for fixing everything. They fix one piece. Okay, your camera had a problem, so they make a release update of your software to only solve 3 things, which is your camera, your battery, or your app is not working. So you will see more frequent releases coming to your phones. That's an example of engineering that has come up. Now, how does organization gain through it? They can really self-client about, okay, how faster you will start to see the releases coming in, which means you don't have to wait for 5 years or 3 months or 6 months. You are getting the value of the money right then and there. Of course, the talent that you hire are, going to be much more specialized talent. You need talent who can think about skills that I talk about, innovation and the complex problem solving, which means now you won't hire talent for only a Java skill or only a C++, but you would hire a talent who knows everything and are able to put all of those together. But then you don't need a specialized Java, a specialized QA, a specialized, but you would hire only 2 people who would do all of this, right from a quality, checking the quality, implementing the product, to defecting the product, to releasing the product as well. Which means while the talent may be of higher skill, the talent may be expensive, but the number of people working on the project would be lower. And that's how the organization gain out of it. Which means the organization would need talent. Either, they have 2 choices. Either they hire talent with a high price, or they hire talent who have the learning mindset to go there. Which if you were working from waterfall, how quickly can you move as an individual and learn the agile skill? Now from agile, you quickly move and learn the engineering skills in the organization and start to do end-to-end of the product releases. So that's a good example of thinking about how do you apply the learning mindset and learning strategies in the organization, which means in turn, each of the employee really goes into a mindset of, okay, I am doing this. How quickly can I adapt to the changing environment and get to a new skill and learn new skill, apply that in the organization, rather than just being a Java person and all throughout their career of 15 years, 20 years, 25 years, just be that guy, a Java person. In my mind, future will never be of specialists. The future is going to hold true for people who can do anything, anytime, and are ready to implement those skills. Now, the 4th skill that I want to talk about, the data analysis and the critical thinking, the most important skill and the most talked about in any of the forums today. Which means, organizations always have this huge amount of data, which I think so anybody leverage today. I'm talking about in HR as well. We have so much of historical context of data, whether it's compensation, whether it's about people joining. How do you make that meaningful sense for people in the organization? Which means, are you ready to put today saying, now imagine if I'm hiring on a daily basis. If I pull out a data set of saying, how many people do I hire in last 3 years? How many of the people drop out after taking an offer? If I just put that, give me a percentage of what's my offer dropout ratio. Now imagine the data that was already put in place, now able to predict, to say, okay, how many percentage of offer dropout percentage, which means tomorrow I can predict, okay, with this rate, my this much percentage, tomorrow if I hire 100 people and 30% is my offer dropout ratio, that means I already should offer 130 people instead of offering to 100 people, so that I don't get into a problem. Now imagine the same set of data that was already available in the organization, when I put into a critical thinking and analyzing the data, I am able to predict the future and plan accordingly. That's about the predictive analysis. Now, if you move from predictive analysis prescriptive analysis or AI, actually before prescriptive, it comes the AI and the robotics, which means you get same data of data and taking actions towards it through use level technology. Now you would have hired about a car manufacturing company. We did interviews into a car through robots, which is using AI and model to say what kind of a questions, this is the historical set of questions that you asked, this is questions in an interview basis resume you should ask. And then the AI and the robot really think about, okay, these are the questions that I will ask. And this is the response, these are the follow-up questions. Now that's the AI and the robotics that you can use into the same set of process. Or even thinking about, a tool thinking and, filtering out resume is another example. The third set is obviously the prescriptive, which into a medical industry, I say, okay, this is the historical context of any disease. This is how today evolution of the medicine has happened. This is how you use robotics to solve a disease. And prescriptive really becomes about, okay, if these are the symptoms XYZ, the robot already says do XYZ things and you are sorted. So you don't even need to go to doctor, because till the time you're done prescriptive, which looks at your historical data, analyzes what are the trends, talk about, okay, what is the future thing that had happened in the next 6 months, and really prescribe you what are the 3 things that you should do. Now, that's an example of prescriptive. Now, industry through all 3 steps. How can you even start doing, putting the data set together, put your critical, and make the meaningful organization do beyond this? So that's the important skill that each one of you have to start doing, which is analyzing data trends and start problems for the organization. The last and the most unspoken that I think is under the carpet, I would say, is the resilience, stress tolerance, and the flexibility. I think I would really want to stress about it, because with the work today that's happening or is going to happen, the biggest thing that differentiates a leader to a person who just does a job is the ability to change themselves or be flexible to the environment, and the ability to manage that pressure and manage distress. And I think that's the most unsaid. Trust me, that's the most and I'll give you an example of one of the book that I was reading very recently on. It's the book written by Robert Iger of Walt Disney, and last 15 years he's the CEO of Walt Disney. This is a story from where he started his career to how he became the Disney CEO, and how he has seen Disney evolving during his stint of CEO. And there was a time when he was hired into the CEO, as a Disney CEO, but he wasn't the CEO, and this position was open, and he was applying for that position, and it took 15 months for the board of directors into the interview process, but he was still not at the CEO. And that's the time he got into a stress angle and said, I don't care what happens. And that's the reflection point that every one of us needs to have. How much do we value ourselves? How much do we know ourselves? What builds anxiety to us? How can we really think about, what builds stress to us, and how can we, be more tolerant towards it? And I think that's the most important skill, I would say, that each one of us needs to do is, which means ability to manage work and life, ability to manage the pressure, and ability to lose your mind when the stressful times are going beyond what you would have expected. So I think those were the five skills that I really wanted to talk about. As promised, 30 minutes into the conversation, or a little more, but I do want to leave 15 minutes for each of you to openly ask questions, advice, any reflections you want to share. So Suresh, if you can help me moderate questions, please.
Sure, ma'am. Students, you can ask questions. If you're willing, just you can unmute your audio, and then ways you can put in the chat box. Students, another 15 minutes is for the interactive session. You can ask the doubt. Just at present that current industrial skills is what they need, and then you can ask the questions related to that. Ma'am, I'm having one question related to skill for industry need. So you conveyed that 5 skills you conveyed now. The first one is analytical thinking and innovation. What kind of innovation they could have getting to succeed in their industry line, ma'am? Ma'am, your audio is unmuted. If you can unmute it. Audio is unmuted. Yeah, fine.
Great question. So, if you're an MBA student, what innovation can you do? Innovation in the education field of, and can you cite that example, to the recruiter around? See, the recruiter will ask a question because today, organization, trust me, when they're hiring, innovation is the basic competency that you use as a checklist of any hiring process. Now, think about in an interview process, how can you show that you are innovative, right? And that's my understanding of the question. Correct me if I'm wrong. Now, the simplest way is, apply an innovation at a campus place of how do you read or learn today, and apply it at a college level, or start an innovation hub even in the campus. What stops you? Why does only it applies to an organization? And cite that example to show how innovative you are to bring in a process change into the process. Now that's an example of how can you showcase your art innovative as a mindset, and how can you apply. Now this gives a lot of comfort to the organization when they will hear this, to around saying that okay, this person really brings in and think about innovation as a key skill and would be a key to the organization to bring really thinking about innovation in any of the process or practices that we can imbibe.
Thank you very much. One question from G. Vanita again. Thank you. Okay. I would like to know students after doing their undergrad.
I'm thinking economic students after doing their undergraduation. Now it totally depends, Vinita, on the career choice that you want to make. One talk on your behalf around one aspiration, but there are multiple fields that you can choose around. If you really want go into the choice of research, then give me a second. Covid, let me call you in 5 minutes. Is that okay? Sorry, I'll call you back. I know. But let me call you back. Thank you. So, I would say that, it's the career choice. Now, if you really want to go research field under the economics, I think absolutely research is one of the field, I would say, post-doing economics that you can choose. If you want to go into the financial field, that's another option. MBA is always an option of whatsoever choice that you make, whether you're marketing, whether economics, whether you do science, but MBA is always a choice for doing for you. But I would say, make your mind, because trust me, what you do, the recruiter or the person who's hiring you in this field will not look into what you got or what's your knowledge appetite, but really want to see where your head is. And I think that is something that you need to, what do you want to do in the future is something that you will have to solve for it. So not an easy answer, I would say. But again, at the same time, you'll have to the aspiration and then really choose a couple of options that you want to pick up.
Thank you, ma'am. Just one more question from Gokilavani, ma'am. In this pandemic situation, does doing MBA really adds value?
I think it does. It absolutely does. I know that maybe this question is hinting towards not being in physical environment and doing it over a remote setup. But I do feel it does because MBA really, and today's are much more agile, which, really grooms you towards case study, which really grooms you towards getting more and more real about the corporate life and the corporate setup. Plus, I think MBA today has started to really talk about these life skills that I spoke about, which is your analytical skills to how do you solve for business case studies. And I think which is much more realer to, the actual life into a corporate world, which I think graduation, the organizations or the universities are only focused on the education curriculum. This is, I believe, MBA has realistic towards corporate world, whether it's speaker sessions like this, to doing case studies, to talking about these life skills. And I think that is something that you would really need into a corporate setup. If you directly move from a graduation, of course, that is some of the organizations do hire, but then it becomes a longer journey for you to obviously improve some of those skills.
Students, any other questions? Another just question from me again. This is the second corona just they told. Just what is the way that conduct an interview if it is goes in a second lockdown? What kind of way that HR people will conduct an interview? How they'll recruit the students? Because last year's set of the students went out, and then this year also they're going out the third year. So if anyone could get that opportunity to attend an interview and get the job, this I want to come. I come to know that because a lot of students are completed in this situation, this pandemic situation. The previous year, a lot of that undergraduate. I'm talking about BCom commerce graduates. I'm not talking about the that other science graduates, because the commerce graduate students are suffering a lot. This kind of situations. So how they can face, and then how they can attend an interview. Those recruiter, in what way they can conduct an interview? These are the questions I want to ask you.
Yeah, so great question, Suresh, and very relevant for this set of population. See, I think a lot of organizations are conducting virtual interview. I don't think so. A lot of them would be conducting a physical interview at this stage, maybe very handful of them. And with obviously the second wave coming in, my guess is everybody will go back to virtual again, because nobody would want to take risk as the vaccine has not been started for below 45 effective 1st of April as well. So first of all, my sense is whatever interviews in the second wave will happen virtual. Now the biggest challenge of the virtual, if you are stressed, will really show up on a virtual one. Trust me, it just shows up very, very quickly on a virtual world, much more than obviously what happens onto a physical world. The second piece, in the virtual world, what happens is, see, smart, and they are able to read your body language. So ensure that you are very, very confident. You appear very into the interview process. Plus, you're very talking, because into a virtual world, the patience of is also a lot lesser than to the physical world, and they're really looking for a key smart talent that they would have. So the important aspect for you to understand, have that level of expertise, and ensure you crowd, because imagine an interviewer is doing in a day and he only has 10 seats at the end of the day. So you really have to come out of the box, whether you talk about, as I said, innovation, or you talk about how you have really thought about life and creatively saying this learning in my life can really help the future of the career journey as well. Those are a couple of examples that you can bring a lot of just to think about. Hey, I want to hire this person who has learned from the past and able to apply into the future set, which different normal candidate or a normal person who's applying for a job. So I think those would be my key suggestion tips, Suresh, on this one.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. And one more question is there, ma'am. How can we identify gap between current knowledge and skills?
So when you identify the current knowledge, so it's saying as a campus or as a corporate?
As a student.
Okay, great. So differentiate between one, I believe, give you one, piece. Trust me, this is the end of your learning journey. I am telling you, in career, wherever you are, whether you start your business, whether you pick up a corporate life, whether you become into a research and publication field, the way you will succeed in life by learning every single day. Now, learning can happen through reading books, through reading articles, through searching over internet or whatever form that you find out,
Or the second way of learning is to identifying your mentor and the coach. And and I'm giving you that piece of advice because trust me, I learned it the hard way. Okay. I really learned it the hard way, because just by doing the job and learning of the job is not enough. It's not enough in a career journey for you to succeed. In my mind, you have to apply all of them. But if you don't want to apply all the methods, but at least have one of the methods for you to learn. Now, that is the point you will realize what's the gap between your knowledge and skills. Now, if you have a mentor, now whether it's a senior person or a colleague who's your mentor, or a teacher who's your mentor, or a friend who's your mentor, or one of the bosses, ex-boss, or anybody that struck a chord is your mentor. Talk to them frequently. Talk about what scenarios you get into, and how did you apply those learning. That's a very good way of knowing what is the gap between knowledge and skill, because that's also a safe place. Nobody's judging you there. There's not a direct correlation of what you do and the outcome that you will get. So I personally suggest have a mentor in your career journey, in your personal and professional life, because that will give you a lot of insight about yourself, how you're behaving, and what you could have done better into a similar situation. So that's my piece of advice. Second piece of advice is be self-aware. A biggest challenge that each one of us is, we have an image about ourselves, which may not be true, by the way. So, have we in the corporate world say take feedback from your peers. Similarly, you take feedback from your friend circle. Okay, what do you think? Where do I lack? And it has to be constructive. That doesn't mean you demean the other person, but it has to be very, very constructive feedback within your friends group, within your peer group, to the college and the campus as well. Not just by teachers, by the way, but your peer groups, to say, where do you stand? And I think that's the reflection and the self-awareness we should all be open towards, because trust me, a lot of organizations today don't give promotion because you have done a great job. They give you a promotion because your peers feel you should be promoted, because you have that knowledge expertise, because you believe in collaboration and taking them along with you, because you're open to feedback. These are the three things why today promotion happens, not because you're extremely good at what you do today. Having a mentor and to give you how could you do things better. And third, about being aware about what you are doing, what you could have done better. Ask those reflective questions to your own self to say, did I manage this the right way? Was there another way that I could have handled that situation? The moment you get in the self-awareness, what will happen is the next time when you encounter similar situation, trust me, you will better that situation much better than what you did the previous time. So long answer, Suresh, but I'm telling you, this is the only way to do that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. It's a real life example you gave us, ma'am, just actually. One more question from Ajay Kumar, ma'am. Start getting the skill. I mean, in the initial nudge. So how can you get the start to getting the skill? He's asking.
So Ajay, I want a little more specific. When you say how do you get the skill, is it the knowledge skills or is it the softer skills that you're talking about?
So you could have said skill, man, knowledge skill. Just how can they start to start up? They can get a startup for that particular field of right, ma'am. That's the thing.
So I think, see, knowledge-wise, I think the campus is already providing you that subject matter expertise, so-called. What you need to start thinking is, can you read more? Can you go to, a couple of, reach out to couple over LinkedIn to get more, projects, or think about how can you apply into a real time, again, into your campus life. How can you all of that to really, brush up your skills, I would say, because I think then it's only a gap between what you have versus getting a job in an application of those skills. So I don't think that's an easy answer, but that's the short answer I would say for that.
Thank you, ma'am. Students, is there any other questions? Is there any other question you want to ask? You can ask. Okay, ma'am, can we wind up the session, ma'am?
Sure,
Thank you,
absolutely.
thank you,
So,
thank you very much, ma'am. Just can convey it. Ma'am.
So thank you so much. I've been indeed a great session. Indeed, I loved interacting with each one of you. So thank you so much for having me here.
Yeah, thank you very much for your very informative session, ma'am. And then actually have a very good interactive strategies. If it isn't a very much that question they have asked from the students means it will be a good interaction. So, but anyway, interactive session, and then we got a live example. That is, I'm very happy to tell you that I have attended the very good speaker that gave us a very good knowledge about the skill set for the current industrial need. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much for your presence, and then thank you very much for your giving a
Thank you.
speech. Thank you, ma'am. Students, listen to me. That actually I want to give one announcement. That is, attendance link is posted in the chat box. Kindly fill it. It's very important. Just for your attendance. Link is posted in the chat, and then as well as you have to join back in 1:15. That is 1:15. You have to join back for the next session. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you all. Thank you for the organizer also for giving me the opportunity to take a monitor of this particular session. Thank you all. Students, it's very important that you have to put that attendance with the attendance link which is posted in the chat box. Thank you all. Kokilavani ma'am. Priya ma'am.
The number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try later. உள்ளது தயவு செய்து பின்னர் முயற்சிக்கவும் आपके द्वारा the person you have called
Listen, just one timing actually, that is one announcement. Just please listen. Students, please listen. One announcement. That is a change in time that 1:45 we have to get for the next session. 1:45 you have to get in for the next session. Thank you all. Just once again, I'm telling you, 1:45 you can get in. Yeah, it's attendance link is posted in the Google that is chat box. Once again, I'll post it. Just you can check. Yeah, attendance link. Just you can put the attendance. Vanita R. Yeah, I have posted also.
Audio highlight. Good afternoon, my dear students. We are waiting for the next session. It will shortly commence. Good afternoon, my dear students. Hope you all had lunch. Yes, respond to your through your chat box. We are waiting for the next guest speaker. Good afternoon, Meena. Good afternoon, all. Happy to connect with you all. Request all the participants to call your classmates or friends for the meeting. Ask them to join for the meeting because it's going to start with by I welcome you all for this HR conclave, Build Your Skill. Welcome you all participants and the chief guest. Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure in welcoming Mr. Siddhartha Satpathy, guests and student participants for the session. The crux of this virtual conclave is to build the skills of people. As Skill India states, the skill of the younger generation should correspond with the needs of the industry. This session would help the participants in understanding the unique skills one should possess. Friends, the session guest is a powerful life coach, ideator, storyteller, NLP practitioner, listener, and a believer. I'm very happy to introduce this incredible guest speaker of this session, Mr. Siddharth Satpathy. After graduating from BJP College, Bhubaneswar, he did his post-graduation in Xavier Institute of Management and Entrepreneurship, specialized in human resource management. Mr. Siddharth started his career as a HR executive, served various HR positions in corporate companies. Lastly, he served as an associate vice HR of FSS Limited. He had been instrumental in implementing HR interventions, leadership development, talent engagement, training, and sourcing talents. Mr. Siddhartha is currently a life coach, storyteller, and a soft skill trainer. I thank the organizing team of the conclave for giving me an opportunity to do the pleasant task of welcoming the guest speaker of the session. Now I call upon Mr. Siddhartha to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar to all of you, and thank you so much, Kavita, for that introduction. And I would keep this session more interactive. Of course, there are times when it will be a one-way communication. I invite thoughts, ideas that you have. We could put it on a chat window, and we could converse. That would be much better than just that one way for the next 1 hour. All right. So I invite the students to actually open up and share whatever comes to your mind. As I'm a strong believer of the fact that there is nothing right, there's nothing wrong in this world. It's all about exploring and finding out more. All right. So with that note, on this lovely afternoon, that was Saturday, I'd like to start with a small story way back, which dates back in time. For those who believe into it, lovely. Those who don't believe into it, even more lovelier. So listen to this as more of a story, because I construed the stories that make us and the way in which we build ourselves. So listen to this whole thing as a story, and not by any other means, rather. Now this goes back in time, dates way back in time. At a time when there was a little boy who was born to a small poor Brahmin, a sage as such. This boy was named as Ratnakar. And the father and the mother were very dotingly loving this boy. They used to live in the outskirts of a village, and which is close to a huge jungle or a forest. One day, this boy gets lost in this forest, and he trots along. He's quite young, quite small. He trots along, gets into the forest, and he was wandering and wandering, and he gets picked up by a robber, by a thief. Now, this robber used to loot two different cities people had to cross. They were scared, but there was no other means in those times, and they had jungle. So they used to go through that jungle, and the robber used to connect up. The robber and his wife didn't have any children, so this little fellow was their apple boy, and they treated him like their own child, pampered him a lot. And as the days went by, the robber didn't want this little fellow to become part of his gang. But when you see something again and again, you tend to become a part of a process. And he found it gravitated towards that, and he happened to become a robber himself. And became a really ferocious robber. He was not a small kind of a thief. He became a very, very ferocious robber. Ratnakar used to really become a name of scare among people who used to cross that road. So they used to think twice, thrice before even entering into the forest. And they used to quickly move through as fast as they could cover those distances to be away from the forest. Ratnakar was very smart and shrewd, and he started building a big gang, a network in the forest who could figure out as to where the merchants are, where the people are coming in from, whatever that he could get, he would steal from them, at times kill them too. And days went by, the king sent his entire army trying to capture it. But like the Robin Hood story, right? This fellow was not to be caught. Unlike the Robin Hood, he never gave money to anything. He bought it, he kept a large share for himself, he distributed the remaining among his team members, and they were having fun. One day, a sage happened to pass through that forest. Ratnakar jumped in front of him and said, "Whatever that you have, give it off to me, or else I'm going to murder you. I'm going to kill you." The sage looked at, with a very, very calm, composed way, he looked into the eyes of Ratnakar and said, "Whatever that I have, you can take. Even if it means my life, please take it. If that's of value to you." Ratnakar's, the main reason why somebody starts to threaten is the fear. And he couldn't see the fear in the eyes of the sage. And he again threatened, "I'm going to kill you if you don't give me." The sage calmly replied, saying that, "Take it, whatever that I have. All is yours." He raised his sword to hit. There was no reaction by the sage. He was very calm, standing there. And then Ratnakar asked the question, "Are you not afraid of me?" Sage replied, "Why should I be? You are a human being, and I'm a human being. Why should I be afraid of another human being?" "But I'm going to kill you," Ratnakar said. The sage said, "That seems to be the work that you've been doing. Now I have a question, can you answer?" And Ratnakar said, "Okay, ask me a question, whatever that you have." The sage asked, "For whom are you doing all this that you're doing?" Now Ratnakar has never been questioned by anybody, and this is the first time that he was getting questioned. He was a doting son, so whatever he has asked for, he has got. He's having a wonderful life. So he paused and then looked at the sage and then said, "Well, I'm doing it for my family." He says, "Okay, so is this what you get doing it for your family? Whatever that you're doing, the karma that you're doing, will that be shared by them?" He said, "Yes, of course, why not? I'm doing it for my family. I have my wife, I have my kids. My old parents, it's all for them. So I said, really? Go and check with them if that's the story. I will not go away anywhere. I'll stay here. I will wait. You go ahead and check with them. Ratnakar paused for a while, looked at his men who were surrounded the stage and said, you are not moving anywhere. Hold this guy. I will come back soon. And he runs back to his home in the jungle, deep in the jungle. He runs and runs and reaches his house. First, he sees his father and says, Father, whatever I'm doing, are you going to be part of the karma that I'm going to get? His father said, I am part of the process of the karma that I have got. Your karma is yours. I can't get your karma. How should I do that? It was like what this old man is saying. I have bought him so much of money, so much of jewels, so many things, and he's saying that he's not part. All this karma is only mine, not his. He then walks into the house and looks at his wife who was cooking some food for her. Says to his wife, saying that I've bought you so much of jewelry. I've bought so many things for you. You've been living peacefully and happily. Do you think this karma that I'm gaining, are you going to be a part of that? His wife looked at him and said, my karma right now seems to be the take care of the family, to take care of the kids, to cook food for you, to take care of the ailing parents out there. I'm here because of the circumstances. But the karma that you are getting, you are drawing, is yours, not mine. This is my karma that I'm doing. Just couldn't understand how can his wife say no to it. Then he looked at his kids and asked the same question. The kid said, Dad, we don't know. We have no idea. And how can it be that your karma is going to be my karma? I will grow up into being something else. I might not even be a robber. Ratnakar thought for a long time as he walked back, dejected, feeling lost. He didn't know what to say, but he kept going back. This whole thing kept playing on his mind. And as he reached the spot, he found none of his members there. But the sage was happily sitting under the tree. Ratnakar went and bowed down to him, saying, who are you? I don't understand what this whole thing is all about. I thought whatever I did is for them. But at the end, it turns out that nobody wants to be part of that whole journey and process. I've done so much of bad that I think of, but none of them want to be part of that process. They're saying it's all me, it's all mine. How can that be? Help me. And he falls down at the tree. The sage turns out to be Narada, the Narada who keeps going around, according to the spiritual texts in the heaven. He had come down and he gives him the whole question of who are you, the search of who are you. And he says you have to meditate on your Lord, whom you believe on, and then see as to what happens. And Ratnakar starts meditating on the name of the Lord Rama. And he meditates for thousands of years. And when he keeps meditating, a white ant, the termites that are there, they start growing around him and becomes like a wall, like a shield. It protects him from all the weathers. And it's said that he prayed for thousands of years meditating. And when Lord himself came down and broke the wall, Ratnakar was transformed into the Maharishi Valmiki, who wrote Ramayana and so forth. That's one story that one hears about. And I'm sure the peculiar question that all of you would be asking and thinking as to why is this man talking about Valmiki? And well, I'm here not talking about the book of Ramayana or the man Valmiki. I'm talking about the process. Now let me bring you down to an interesting personality that I met in Coimbatore, maybe beginning of this month. So I'm shifting my frame off to something modern times right now. I happen to be at a story theater group, and I had come down to Coimbatore for some work, and I a group called Story Theater, and I was they were sharing stories. I had many people, I heard many people, including a transgender woman who was sharing her story of her struggle. I heard a lady speaking about her struggle, guy speaking about how he was part of the Chennai floods and he was connected to people in different ways. And then there was this man who was talking about conservation of birds. He had published a book and he was talking a story about from his journey. Really exciting thought process when we heard. And at the end, things got over and when generally started chatting, got to realize about him a little more. He had written a book on vultures. The rarest of rare birds somebody would talk about. Coming to think of vultures as such, they are one of the most fascinating birds in the ecosystem today, which are getting endangered. If they die and they vanish off, the whole ecosystem will collapse actually, because they are the ones who clear out a lot of muck from the system. They and hyenas, they both are kind of creatures that most of the people don't connect with. We say eeks when we hear about that, right? But this man has studied the vultures and where in the Satyamangalam Tiger Reserves, in the Moyar River area, and he kept talking about his fascinating journey. And we were so fascinated. He finally gave the book to me, and being authors, I exchanged my book with him, and he gave his book to me, and we chatted for a long time. And then I realized, and he comes and saying, very little that people know of me, that I am part of IB. I looked at like, what IB? It's just intelligence. I'm like, what? I don't know you. I have not given my numbers to you. I don't want to be part of this. And I was trying to crack a joke with him. He says that was way back. So after his college, he actually happened to join the Intelligence Bureau. And it seems that he was one of the best intelligence IB guys. He worked in Kashmir. He had worked in Delhi, in Northeast. So he's traveled extensively. So I asked him a question as to what made you change? He says, I think somewhere I was not finding what I was looking out for. I did not connect with what I was doing. I did my job very efficiently, no doubt. I had done Nest just to be there in that zone. Or even the same uniform I'm wearing for days together, it doesn't feel different. There are times because water is scarce in the jungles, thanks to the human population, the way we have, the rivers are slowly drying up, the areas, water beds are drying up. There are times when we have eaten food and the little water that we have, we would wash our hands in that steel tiffin boxes that we bought and then drink that water off. So he would talk about that with so much and to think about it, at times you will feel like, eeks, what kind of a life is that? And he enjoys it. He loves that space. And people like him, there are many more. And that's just one example of a person whom I've met in Coimbatore. There are plenty of examples and stories that comes out from people who have shifted. So when I look at these two stories, one is what we go to the, if you look at the yugas, you really go back in time, which is about Valmiki. The other is right now in our own yuga, in our own timeline of a person called Baiju, who is a conservationist, a vulture conservationist, a bird conservationist, and he is having a different life. So I started comparing these two lives and said, okay, this is somebody whom we reverently connect from a spiritual, the Hindu spiritual point of view, while this is somebody we might not connect, but when you get to know, you see like, wow, yeah, he could be Ratnaka, but he never used to win it. So thank you for that. But then when you look at it, right, there are parallels that I draw out of the very sheer fact that we as individuals, when we're growing and getting into a system of educating system, our education system, unfortunately, and that is like you and I'm no different in that, trains us to become a engineer or a doctor, or if you're getting into arts and sciences, you should be getting into commerce because that has more value. Arts and sciences doesn't have value. People don't see much. You get into, or you would become a lecturer or so and so forth. And the whole society starts to look at us saying, what kind of a person are these people who cannot do arts and engineering and doctorship, or not getting into becoming a lawyer, or not getting into becoming an IAS officer or an IPS officer, administrative services, or not doing commerce. And then they stigmatized out, oh, you're just doing this, oh, you're just doing that, oh, you're an art. And that carries so much of burden on our little shoulders. And everybody's like little shoulders, right? It's a burden that they're carrying. And when I hear about these transformation of people, when people start connecting with different sets of things happening in their life journeys, you start saying that, okay, what I grew up with need not be what I am supposed to be at that point of time. I can be what I want to be. I can start living a new life at any given point of time. What is required is to start understanding what's going on inside me as a human being. What is my belief system? And when I understand and pick that up, I dive into it. I deep dive into that whole space of starting to explore more and more. Explore what is that subject all about? And start building my competency, my proficiency, my excellence around that. And when I do that aspect of it, I start living a life of my own, not of others. So when I'm lying on the forest floor for hours together, I will not feel bad about it because I'm loving that whole space. When I'm just listening to the chirping of the birds or the insects or growling of a tiger or anything, I'm in that zone. I'm in that space. And I'm loving that space because that is me. That is my passion. And I discover that for myself. So the fundamental thing that I want to leave you with these two stories right now is the fact that you need not get constrained by the fact that this is what today my life is offering. You have loads of opportunities. You can shift any dimension that you want to, provided you stay on with your search of what you want to do. Now, I as a child used to love to read books. Today, even I read a lot of books around. And fundamentally, I love comics. If you today look at my collection of comics, I have got a sizable amount of comics that I have. I've been born and brought up in a middle class society where my father wouldn't be able to afford for comics on a daily on a monthly basis. So we used to have friends who used to buy, share, and then we used to learn and read. In school, we used to be a big playground. Now, as I went further and further, my fascination for graphic images started becoming more and more stronger. My fascination for books started becoming more stronger. And it so became that wherever I see graphic images of books that have been designed, for example, Alchemist is a book by Paulo Coelho that I really love. And at one point of time, I was at the airport and I happened to pick up a book of Paulo Coelho's Alchemist book, which was graphically designed. And I was so fascinated that I just picked that book up. So it became a fascination for me. Today, I've got Asterix and Tintin collection, which I picked up maybe 7 years back. As a collection over a period of time, I started doing that. Now, all this became a feeder for my brain, of mind. So when I think about a situation, even when I'm talking about Ratnakar or Valmiki, or when I'm talking about Baiju, the whole image plays in front of me in different ways, in different means. I'm sure when you're listening to it, you would be connecting to it in some way or the other. We all as humans are very strongly connected in 3 ways. They're called, one is the visual, second is the kinesthetic, third is auditory. Kinesthetic is nothing but feeling. So we all connect with subjects the way we would really see our environment we have grown up into. So that whole creation fact helped me write book. When I did an authoring of the book, it was 7 short stories that I penned down. And when I was writing those stories, it's always that image playing in my mind. And it helped me do that part. When I do storytelling today, it enables me to do that part because I live that story in my head. I express that story. I would love to narrate how the environment would look like to people. So you need not be constrained by what you are today. You need to be starting to explore whatever that you're going through, however you're going through, find the meaning that is there in that process, in that journey. And you will find that it is beautiful. Now, there are students whom I've met up with, there are people whom I've met up with who come up and said, you know what, my environment that I stay in is pathetic. And I'm not able to move up that environment. And I said, yes, environments are very difficult, right? We come in from our own backgrounds, and these backgrounds need not be a very sophisticated backgrounds. Some have good backgrounds, some don't have great backgrounds. And we always compare, right? Our backgrounds, we compare. Before anybody else compares, we start comparing. Shit, my background is not that great. His or her background is great. What a lovely life. Ask that person, the person would say, no, yaar, your background is much better than mine because of so and so reasons. Now, well, environments need not be lovely. So I'll take you back to a time of sharing with you a story of the World War II. I was not born, and I'm sure you were not born at that point of time. Now, in the World War II, the Germans, the Italians, and the Japanese in the eastern side were the ones who were the more aggressive forces, right? And Germany, as such, was one of the most aggressive forces that was there. Now, the Germans, unfortunately, Hitler didn't like a particular section of the community called the Jews, and he used to send Jews to concentration camps. Concentration camps, if you read about them, I can bet you one thing that you will get goosebumps. The kind of experiences that people have gone through, harrowing experience, the meaning of life itself goes out. When you are in the camp, the first and foremost thing is you're stripped naked. And when you're on, believe me, when you're stripped naked in front of the whole population, everybody standing naked, the human values are at its lowest. Because our shame, our feeling of being covered is something that makes us feel the way who we are. The moment this dress goes off, we are completely not in that our own elements, because we've been brought up, we have stayed in that environment. So one of these guys was called as Viktor Frankl. Viktor Frankl, if there is any of these guys who are doing psychology would connect with this man called Dr. Viktor Frankl. Viktor Frankl was a budding psychologist. He was a Jew, very good psychologist. It was like a thick, fat, hardbound book, and he was quite passionate about that book. He had held that book with himself when he was taken to the concentration camp. And people, when they stripped him down, he had actually bribed one of the officers to hold it because it was a treasure for him. He had written with so much of pain over a period of time of research at the age of 24 to get it published, but unfortunately things didn't work out. He was in the concentration camp from 1942 to 1945 years. The dress that they used to get are dresses that were earlier worn by prisoners who had died. They were just dried up. So the way in which it was done, the clothes were done, was those rugs, basically they call it rugs. These rugs were actually put into, given to a contract to another person. The guy will just take it, wash it, and bring it back. That's all. There's nothing that you used to wash it. It's not even detergent. Dip it in water, dry it in the hot sun, bring it back. So people used to wear those rugs, shoes half torn because there was nothing called new shoes. There were shoes that were given with people who had used it. The situation was bad. In a space where 25 people could stay and sleep well, close to 80 odd people were sleeping, right bumping one into the other. People used to walk in deep snows to do work and so forth. It was really bad. And he says that at that point of time, when the life is actually at the lowest point, where you cannot imagine, there's something called dignity, there's something called human life, there's something called humanness available. He said that I started to imagine it. I started imagining about how my life would be when I step out. He knew that his wife was also taken at that point of time in 1942 when they were into the concentration camp. They were separated and she could have been gassed out. She might not have been alive by now. But he used to imagine that he's talking to his wife and the whole concept was, what will my wife tell me if she sees me now? What's the kind of life that he would lead in that whole situation? And he started building a purpose for living. The purpose for why I'm alive. The purpose became that I am going to learn and understand what goes on to the minds of a prisoner in a concentration camp and what makes him or her survive. So he started questioning that fundamental thing. And he made it such a strong belief within himself that his purpose was that he has to learn what's happening and he will come out alive and he will share this in a beautiful auditorium, a plush auditorium, AC around, and he's sharing it with students and with communities. And believe me, when the time came, he did that. Dr. Viktor Frankl is very well known in the psychology world with a therapy called as logotherapy. In fact, he quotes about a couple of incidences where he had two people, in concentration camp, killing oneself was a very normal thing because people couldn't take that dehuman kind of an environment. So they used to really get frustrated, they would hang themselves. And the Germans had a rule that if somebody's trying to kill themselves, don't do anything. Let them, and if you're trying to stop, you will be penalized and punished for that whole stopping somebody to be getting killed. So during that time, he got to figure out that there were two gentlemen, in one of the barracks there in the camp hut, who were deciding that they want to end their lives. And he goes and starts to speak at length about that whole thing is what's the purpose? What is that they would like to tell, for whom they're going to live? How are they going to connect with that? One of the gentlemen said, I have my grandson who is there in the Austria border, and I would love to go and see him and share with him the journeys and hear from him. I love him and he loves me a lot, and I know that they're safe there because before I moved into the camp, they had already gone and I had got the communication that they are safe. So he made them imagine that would be the scenario when he meets. What all would he like to share with them? How would he like to live and retell that story? The other gentleman was talking physics, and they had a very beautiful discussion about quantum physics. And from that point onward, that became the sole purpose. They never used to have pen and paper. Any charcoal that they got, he would take that and a piece of paper and start scribbling his thought process. He would sketch down on mud or on a sand as to how those quantum physics rules would be done. That became the sole purpose. And for me, what is beautiful is that the meaning of life, that became the sole purpose for them to serve. That's what Viktor Frankl talks about. What is the meaning of life that you're holding? It doesn't matter what profession, what subject that you're reading, how you're reading it, what you're doing it. But what is the purpose? Can you imagine your karma right now, which will lead to something that will be more beautiful, more interesting? If you imagine yourself, let me connect with you guys in terms of, for those who are in relationship and in love, and don't tell me that you guys have not experienced, some of you have not experienced it. So those who are in love, now don't you start imagining the times when how would you spend, what would you do? If you're able to think on those lines, then I'm sure you're able to think on the purpose of the meaning of your life. Whether you're a girl or a boy, doesn't matter. A man, woman, doesn't matter. What matters is, what's the purpose? Would you like to live a normal life, or would you like to live a life for which you're born in this earth for? You're doing English. Now, what can English bring up? Can I become a storyteller. I'm a storyteller today. After 20 years of being in HR space, I've now become more of a storyteller. I tell stories to people. I connect about life and that of how do you create purpose in life. I do life coaching. So if you're into, you can do journalism, you can do content writing. Enough and more dirt on content writers. You can, of course, lectureship is like nobody's business. You can do script writing. You can do reporting. You can do a lot of stuff that not many people can do actually. If you're in doing something with regard to mathematics, pursue your passion. You could actually start working along with engineers to start helping them construct designs, mathematical algorithms, and stuff that is way beyond it. If you're doing chemistry, look at how chemicals work, how in day-to-day life, and talk about that. I'm sure a lot of you might be using TikTok, or if you're using video-based journaling, do that. You will figure out that your passion, your subject is all around you. Physics, chemistry, maths, doesn't matter what line stream that you're into, you will start exploring more and more. And today, thankfully, streams have opened up. The demand for people in different streams are becoming even more significant. So the opportunities are plenty. What you need to do is to find that objective. Keep finding. Today you don't know about it. Tomorrow you might know. It's also okay. Day after tomorrow, you will figure it out because you're thinking. What's in the back of the mind will start coming forward and you'll start looking at utilizing that. And then you will figure out the energy of being young, the energy of being together and sharing of ideas. Share it aloud. Say, this is what I think that I want to do. And when you start sharing those ideas, what happens is you will have a different viewpoint coming in. It's just like a coin. It has two sides, right? I call it three sides, but I'll hold it at two sides. And your friend who's listening to you will bring in the other side along and say, okay, have you thought about a different perspective? Because when I hear you, I get something else. And then you start building it up further and further. Create your community. Create your group. Stage, but the group works beautiful. The group works much stronger. So create that community, create that group. And you will see that your purpose will become even more stronger and even more better. So opportunities are plenty. You don't have to get restrained. Opportunities need not be today. They could be tomorrow. Just keep working at it. And the biggest of all, find a purpose, find a meaning as to why and what is that you would like to do. At this point, I'll pause and I'm open for questions, any thoughts, any ideas so that we can build the next 20 minutes roughly that we have. We can build that and talk about it.
Yes. Students, you're all most welcome to raise some of questions.
Even thoughts are welcome.
Sure, sir.
The first one is always difficult. So it so happened that once there was a king who had called a lot of princes from across the country to give his daughter in a swayamvar. In those days, in yesteryears in India, women empowerment was very high. They could choose whom they want to get married to at their own will, even decline without a consequence back. So they were all there. A lot of princes, the prince from different parts of the country had gathered. And the king made an announcement that here in front of you is a small lake which is infested with crocodiles. Would you guys know which is the river which is infested with crocodiles in India? Any guesses? Vinita, I'll come to you. No? Any wild guesses? There's a city which is close to you guys. on the name of that river. Bhavani. There's a segment of Bhavani which is infested with crocodiles, the Indian crocodile. Now, but that was not, this situation didn't happen there. So, all the the prince who had come in, they were waiting. All of a sudden, there was a prince who jumped in and he swam desperately across the river and he came out. And the king was stunned. He went, patted, and he said, "You are going to the king of my country because I'm the only daughter. I'm going to give it to you. You're going to get married and all that." So all that happened, and he said, "So what's the first declaration that you want to do? What's the first act that you want to do?" So the prince looked around and said, "I want to find the bugger who pushed me into that river first, and then I will do it." So it's always, the first move is always difficult as to who it is. But thank you, Vanita, for putting that. Okay, so we always get confused. Let me do that honors, man.
Okay, sir.
We always get confused between purposes of our life when we came across different persons and perspectives. How do we identify the exact purpose of our life? Well, that's a beautiful question. Purpose of life is a very broad one. And I call them as horizons, basically. Why horizons is because when you see a horizon, you're standing at a particular point and you're looking at it. As you move forward, that horizon shifts further. And when you reach that spot that you're destined to, you have another horizon to look out to. So you create horizons, and life purpose will evolve as you do that. You start connecting meaning. Now, of course, different people have different perspectives. It's like two sides of the coin. People will keep giving you different perspectives. Oh, you're doing English? Why don't you do this? This is good. Somebody else comes up and says, your industry is thriving and because of English speaking students. Somebody else will come up and give you another gyan. Somebody else will come and do something else. Now, the best part is take the gift of whatever you've received. Don't even talk about it. Take it. Listen to that and start analyzing. Does it make you feel happy? Does it make you feel excited that if you do that particular job, that particular activity, will that give you that excitement to move forward, to move in a direction that is that will give you that sense of that you belong to that? If not, thank them because they have taken time to share that and move to the next one. Keep searching for that, and that is what perspectives are. If you find something and you're pursuing it, right? You liked it and you felt, yes, this is what I want to do. And you're pursuing it. Halfway through, you realize, no, this is not what is what I was looking out for. And you've spent, let's say, 6 months into the journey. Take a pause to check, should you complete the journey or can you let it go? Do the cost analysis all the time. That because being practical, you need to do that. You need to do the cost analysis to figure out whether it is viable for me to drop it right now or should I continue the journey and complete it. Believe me, all your learning will be of handy. Just like Steve Jobs, the Apple founder, right? Steve Jobs, when he was thrown out of his company for the first time, he was thrown out of Apple. He went on to learning calligraphy. And somebody would say, what calligraphy? Calligraphy has no use. Honestly, he didn't know what the purpose was. He went through the whole process of learning calligraphy. When he came back to create Macintosh, all the fonts that he used was from calligraphy. Whatever he has learned from calligraphy. He bought in new styling, not the kind of styling that Word or Windows had at that point of time. Apple started having that. So there is never that goes out of it. Honestly, I have realized that whatever that we do, it has a purpose and a meaning, even though it is for a little time that you've spent. So do not worry that you've wasted your time. You will always find a purpose at a later point of time. How do you use that? Evaluate. Don't be judgmental about it. Or shit, I wasted time today. that I spent so much of time listening to this man. Oh no, I should have gone ahead and done something. Don't be judgmental and harsh with yourself. It's okay. You liked it, you liked it, you didn't like it, you didn't like it. That's judging the situation. Move on, what's next? And I do agree that we are all humans, so it can't be that easily given off. Stay with it for a while, let it go, and then move ahead. Because life has much more meaning than the moment that we feel bad or good about it. Because we tag these good and bad. So it's always a process, Vinita. It's a process of figuring out what is that makes me happy as an individual, and how do I go about doing it, analyzing it, figuring it out, understanding. It's questioning. It's a lot of discussion with self, and that's not confusion. That's just calibration. The moment you add a word called confusion, you're stuck with it. When you're calibrating, it's like you go to a vegetable shop, or if you've ever been to a vegetable shop, or buying pulses, you always feel like adding a little more to that 1 kg if you want to buy, right? It's all calibrating it off. Ah, thanks, Vinita, for that acknowledgement. Gokulavani, how to balance passion and profession. You don't have to balance. At the stage that you're in, the benefit is that why don't you drive your passion to make money for you? Because that's the intent, right? At the end of the day, am I correct? That is what everybody wants. I want to make money. Am I right in saying that? Just say yes or no. If not, yeah, thanks, Pradeep. Yes, that's it. So when you are driving, when you have a passion, and then you're driving that passion, you have to start thinking how to monetize it. For example, if you're passionate about, let's say, guitar, how do I'm playing a guitar, right? I like playing a guitar. I play in, let's say, a church, or play with my friends. How do I monetize it off? What else can I do? Today, the world is virtual. Today, the world is interconnected even more because of the virtuality. How do I monetize it? You got to think of the process. I love to trek around. How do I monetize it? Now, one might always say that, you know what? This friend of mine is making more money than I'm making. That is where the problem is. You could make more money or less money compared to the other person. Is it a short-run measure or a long-run measure? What's the purpose? What's the horizon that you're holding for yourself? How do you make that passion your profession? There are people whom I know who say, I want to a regular 9 to 6, by the way. Today, that dimensions have changed, disproportionately changed. There's nothing called 9 to 6. Even the shops have gone really belligerent for that. So there's nothing called a 9 to 6 job. But there are people who love it, and there are plenty of people who love it. That's okay. And apart from that, there are people who say, I am learning my singing classes because it gives me peace to me. It helps me calm down in a much larger, better way. So it's a choice. What choices you're making, what you're doing is what will enable you to go forward in your life. Start looking at it. If money is the point that you're talking about as a profession, start connecting whatever my passion is. And if I want to pursue my passion, how do I make money? Believe me, if you're thinking that guitar classes are the one that you want to take, there are plenty of people who are thinking of the same lines. How do you make yours even more better? That's the whole story. I hope you're getting a drift to what I'm saying. There's never a shortcut. There's never a straight answer. Okay, when we do what we love, there is always some obstacles to distort our passion, of course. What should we keep in our mind? Your horizon. Ajay, the only thing is what you need to keep in mind is your horizon. I'll give you a simple tip to all of you. And this is to be done alone, not with friends, people, anybody. All right? Just do it alone. Take a chart paper or, a, yeah, I would suggest a chart paper. Hold a couple of sketch pens of something in darker color. So if you're holding, if you're keeping a blue chart paper, dark navy blue chart paper, then keep sketch pens like orange, yellow, which can, or white, which can showcase. If you're taking a normal chart paper, like that of a white or a pink or a light blue, keep dark chart sketch pens, and spend at least a minimum half an hour with yourself to think as to how do you see yourself. All of you, I understand, are in the final year, right? So think about yourself 2 years down the line. What do you see yourself as? Well, let's do this. Let's do this exercise of 2 years. Let's do the visualization process right now. So I want you to drop everything that you're doing. Okay. If you're holding something, just leave it aside. Make yourself comfortably seated. Go back, relax yourself. And slowly, very gently, close your eyes. As you go back, as you have left everything around you, just slowly and gently close your eyes and take a deep breath in and let it out. Take another deep breath in, hold, let it out. Take another deep breath. As you take a deep breath, feel your lungs filling up, your abdomen filling up. Hold. Feel the pressure. Let it out. As you're breathing in, go 2 years down the line to a place you would love to be in, to a space that you would love to be in. See yourself there, in that space. Go around you as you are there in that space. See what kind of you're wearing. What are the colors of the dress that you're wearing? What kind of shoes that you're wearing? How does your hair look like? Are there any accessories that you have? Do you have a watch? Do you have an earring? What is that you have? What is that you own today? You own a two-wheeler? Whatever that you own, imagine that at that point of time. See yourself in that fact. What's the work that you're doing there? How is that work making you happy? What are the beautiful things people are telling you about who you have become in these few years? Listen to them as they speak to you. Beautiful things that you've achieved in a short span of 2 years. Feel the happiness that you're going through as you listen to them. See the space that you are there around. how beautiful it looks to you, how radiant you look, how happy you look. Take a deep breath. Hold and release. Take a deep breath. Hold and release. Come back. Come back to now. Come back to. All right. So now I would like you to, or invite you to actually, whatever that you've imagined yourself, I want to take the chart paper, the sketch pens, and write down or draw out the way you are comfortable with. And create that image of yourself 2 years down the line, the way you look, the way you feel about it. And as you do that, spend that total of 1 hour doing and creating that. That chart paper becomes your guiding force. Now, that's just a step. It's called the visualization step. What we did right now is a very, very short visualization. And what you're going to do after that is about putting that visualization verbally or sketching, whatever that comes to your mind, however that you want to do. Once you do that, jot down the process. Take an A4 sheet paper, jot down what all that you need to do to achieve that state. That is the difficult part. But that's the most interesting piece. Once you jot down saying, okay, I would have to do 1, 2, 3, I have to do 2 more courses, extra certifications, I have to work here, I have to do these things, I have to publicize myself, whatever that is there. Put that in, put a timeline when you will finish those, and start working to that. So when people tell you, it doesn't matter. People look at things from their failure perspective and say why things will work or will not work. A very simple, a very short story to sum it up for Ajay's question is, when I used to work for TCS, I moved from manufacturing to an IT company. I worked for TCS for 4.5 years. And I was very fortunate to move up the ladder in TCS very quickly. I was quite young at that point of time. So when after like 8 months of being in the system, I got a role to lead a unit, quite a sizable unit. And when I was moving in, and to whomever I was taking over from, the person said, you know what, these people are very difficult to handle. Be watchful of these managers. These people are okay. These people are fine. And they give me a list. And I took it by the point that, yes, these people I have to be careful with. And I went and reached out to them. And I found that it was very interesting to talk to these people. It was not difficult. I have had tough discussions, arguments, but it was very nice. And I enjoyed that whole process. And then I realized it was the perspective of the person who gave it over to me, not my own perspective. And if I would have stayed on with the perspective of the other person, it would have been really difficult for me to survive. So when you drop others people's perspective, negative is something which comes very quickly. We criticize. We laugh at somebody falling down. If you have ever noticed a child when he or she falls down, the first thing the child does is look around. Nobody's watching. They'll go get up, dust, walk up. Even if there's a scratch, nothing will happen. But if the child finds somebody around, they cry. That's seeking attention. Because that response comes like, oh, you fell down. That makes it even more, because we say, oh, I did something wrong. So we do that right from our childhood up till now. And we will continue doing that until and unless we start saying, that's a perspective, that's a viewpoint. Thank you so much for that perspective, and move on in your life journey. Yeah, not easy, but it is definitely possible to go through the process.
So
I
I
hope
have
that
a
answers it.
question for you, sir.
Yes, please. Yes, Kavita.
Students have lot of skills today. But
Yes.
these skills, when they want to showcase it, they don't have the patience or implementation. Some fault is there. As a life coach, what would you advise?
Thanks, Kavita, for bringing that. And that's the reason when I was speaking about the visualization process and writing down as to what I need to do. Implementing that to the T is only what gets you towards that space that you just visualized. If you're not implementing it, then you will not be able to achieve that visualization process, thought that you had. And when I coach, that's the most difficult part that I and my coachee go through. And my job as a coach is to be there in that journey with my coachee to see that they sail through that, they push the amount of communication that goes in saying that, okay, so where are we on this? How are we doing? What's the struggle that you're going through? It's important to acknowledge that struggle. It is important. And the question that Ajay asked is the obstacle is not from others, it's also from ourselves. Oh no, I will not be able to make it. It's difficult. I make it difficult for myself, not anybody else. So it is all necessary that we go through. And that's the reason when we start loving what we're doing, when we start believing into that whole process, we have to put in our efforts to start seeing that we get into the space that we have visualized or seen now for ourselves. Only then we start seeing that, yes, we have achieved what we want to achieve. If I don't know if I've answered the question. I tried my best to put that across.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Any other questions from the participants, students? If so, let us wind up the session. I thank Sir Siddharth for enlightening us with a lot of stories and that meditation exercise and many other advices you shared through the stories as well as the concepts. And also the few students have raised the questions and you have wonderfully answered their questions. And thank you so much for being here, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me here and wish you all the best. I'm a strong believer that each one of you have the potential to go way beyond what you can even imagine today. So just keep at it, keep believing in yourself, and wonderful things are around the corner. Thank you. Namaskar.
Good afternoon, friends. Good afternoon, participants. Happy afternoon to all. So it's indeed a privilege for me to introduce Mr. David Rajshekhar, the resource person for this session, who heads the HR division of Mancasella. So talking about a resource person, Mr. David Rajshekhar is a proud alumnus of Don Bosco School, Egmore, Chennai. And he did his undergraduate in physics and master's in social work, again from one of the most eminent institutions in India, Loyola College, Chennai. Right? So after that, Mr. David started his career as senior executive HR in Cambridge Solutions, and he has a career journey of 17 years in which he has worked with various companies including Fidelity Investments, RBS International, Cognizance, and he is currently heading the HR division of Mancasella. Mr. David is a specialist in organizational strategy, compensation benefits, digital capacity development, and enterprise talent systems. And he's a certified CNB specialist and an executive leadership coach. Sir, I welcome you for this session, and I would hand over the session to Mr. David. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Just confirm if you're able to hear me well, and is my video clear?
Yes, sir. Your audio and video are clear.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, and I intend to also share my screen for some content. When that happens, I will check with you. Okay. Thank you so much for the welcome. I'm pretty glad to be part of this meeting. I'm also a little nervous because I understand this is sort of the end of the conclave, right? And I'm sure the last 2 days there's been a whole lot of information download that you have gone through, right? So I'm conscious of that, and I'm not going to sort of keep it a monologue. I'm going to sort of make it interactive, one. And two is I would also like to sort of hear your opinions on what you think of the content that I'm sharing as well, right? I went through the agenda, and I know that in the last 2 days, there's a whole lot of information that you have discussed on skills, and skills is a much relevant, it's an evergreen topic. Okay, something happens in the business, skills get changed. If something happens in the marketplace, something happens in the economy, right? It's continuously evolving as skills. So I'm happy that you have picked up this topic. And I'm also fairly certain that a lot of the speakers in the last 2 days would have given you enough download in terms of what skills that are relevant, okay, for you to sort of grow in your career, right? So I saw somebody who spoke about the technology, somebody who spoke about the management skills, right? And I want to bring in something to the table, which will be a bit of a meaningful experience, and I want to keep it very brief in terms of the content that I put and sort of open it up for conversation, right? This is in a sense the framework in which we operate right now, and the framework that you guys will operate after you graduate, after your academics is over, right? And as long as you're in the academic space, one thing is for certain: you are designed to sort of excel within a framework. Okay, space provides you a certain framework, and within that you are expected to sort of excel. And some of us do really well, and some of us have an opportunity to sort of go beyond the framework as well. But most of them try to sort of be within the framework and excel within the framework. But what really, when you come out of the framework, right? What is the perspective that the world has on skills, right? And obviously, cognitive skills definitely sort of plays a big part, right? When you come out of college, right? Because that's what you get for. Okay, that's what you're sort of valued for, right? But beyond the cognitive skills, okay, what happens, right? There are 3 things, if you ask me, that are very important that we look for, right? One is learnability, and I'm sure a whole lot of from the past would have spoken about this entire piece. Okay, it's very important, and I'm sure you're aware of that as well. Of it, right? How agile are you in terms of applying your skills? And I'm sure this again has been spoken about. This is a pretty wide set of competencies around agility by itself that's starting to evolve in the industry. So something that is something in terms of how you apply your knowledge. Do you have a fixed mindset in which you're applying, or you have options through which you work to apply the apply agility in what you, right? The third one is the most important thing, if you ask me, is about intelligence. And if you really ask me, it's not about the cognitive or the rational intelligence. That's something that is taught to us all, right? And I happened to join a couple of minutes earlier, and Sid was talking about in terms of why it is so difficult to focus. Okay, why do you sort of have to have a checklist to focus and everything? Okay, it takes you through one dimension of intelligence, which is actually emotional intelligence. Okay, and this is a skill which differentiates between how quickly you start your career, how quickly you grow in your career, and how successful that you are in your career in the long term. Right, and I will make a case for you, and I want to share a presentation with you guys, and tell me if you are able to see it for a minute. Able?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Are you able to see my screen? Okay. I don't know how many of you, and to this, right? How many of you have Inside Out? Any quick shout out?
Participants,
Sorry, I didn't hear you well. Can you repeat that?
I'm just asking about asking the participants whether they have seen this movie.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. I'm sure you have. Okay. I'm sure either you have seen or you have young children at home. Okay. Young cousins at home. Okay. So you've seen it while they were watching. I'll briefly sum it up for you. Okay. The story is about a young girl who moves from one location. She's settled in a suburban. Okay, and she moves into and she's moving into another place where she will start her schooling, and parents are moving and she's moving, and it is about what emotions this young girl goes through. Okay, and and of course, adolescence could be really hard, right? You're starting to have a whole lot of emotions that you're going through, and how do you sort of manage those emotions, and how do you sort of use those emotions wisely for you to be successful, right? If you have not watched that movie, watch that movie and that entire movie, right? And my narrative is all about that, right? The emotional intelligent aspect is something that is ignored significantly, right? And we get to have a certain level of resistance towards emotional intelligence because it sort of takes us back into behaviors that were taught to us when we were very young, and but somewhere in the transition we sort of lost all those things, and then we are sort of at some point of time in our career we need those things back, right? So that's a narrative that is there, and I want to sort of delve a little deep in terms of what is this entire emotional intelligence part of. I use two screens so that we can in terms of so what are our what is the case for emotional intelligence, right? There are three facts I'd like to share with you, and when it comes to emotional intelligence, and these are research based facts, right? One of that is there's a survey that was recently done with a set of coders, a set of engineers, right? And they were asked in terms of themselves and as well as their peers in terms of 6-7 dimensions in terms of what makes them successful at workplace, right? And surprisingly, the result that had emerged is that IQ contributed to 0% of their success, right? And why is that? All right, and you need to understand that well, because Turing effect, right? An engineer needs 115 or 120 basic to be successful as an engineer, right? But the fact is that everybody in the organization, okay, are around that 115, 120. There isn't a significant deviation in terms of what I use to differentiate between a person who's successful and person who's not successful, right? But on the other hand, EQ much broader range to be successful, and this is where you need to reflect upon to see why is that some individuals get a job quickly, individuals grow quickly, become very successful in the corporate world, or become very quick as entrepreneurs. Okay, while we all had the same education, while we all had the same level of intelligence, right? And what differentiates us from them, right? The other fact is that, and you can see this pretty common if you have brothers and sisters who are working in other organizations, and you can sort of validate that as well. You can typically see engineering graduates coming in, and there'll be distinctly two different types of people. One of them will sit on the system and just start coding, right? There's another group of people who sort of come, they code for a while, they sort of go interact with people, they sort of gather information from others. Okay, they have a much more social life at work compared to the other person. Okay, and what is this? And then if you think, who's going to be successful in this, right? It is obviously the person who is sort of having a much more social outlook to his job than the person who's on the system, because now projects are not done by individuals, projects are done by teams, right? If pods and other things, okay, you need to have a very, very iterative way of working, and only if you have significant amount of social interactions, can the iterative method by itself work, right? The other fact that I want to like to place with you is there's a research that was recently done by one of the consulting organizations which hires and places CXOs, CIOs for different organizations. They did a research to say that in the last 10 years, how many of their CIOs, CXOs, the top guys who left organization, who got fired out of organization, again, why did they get fired? Because these are all intelligent people, right? You have, if you're sort of at a CEO level or a CIO level, your cognitive intelligence is very high, and why do you still get fired? And you can be sure that 9 out of 10 get fired just because of their emotional intelligence, right? And these are the 3 facts that are important for us to understand why emotional intelligence is such an important skill, and why is that we keep ignoring the skill, and at some point of time we realize that it's an important skill to acquire, right? And by then you've lost a whole lot of your career time as well, right? And it's not that it cannot be built. The good part of emotional intelligence is something that can be really built, right? And the reason I'm bringing this out as a topic for our discussion is because there's a significant amount of focus in the student community on building their cognitive skills, right? So, but the focus on the emotional skill is sort of somewhere really not there, right? And I'm also conscious that I'm talking to a commerce and a manager. You guys, it will become a very, very important skill for you to sort of acquire as you start your careers and as you start your professional life ahead, right? So now, to understand in terms of how do we understand this emotional intelligence, I'm going to sort of unwrap this in a more simple manner, right? The content is sort of really big. I'm going to go into jargons and stuff like that. But if you feel that it's overwhelming, please do let me know. Right. There are 4 ways in which emotion can be understood. Okay. The one big part is, are you aware of your own emotions? Okay. Who are you on the internal, right? What's your soul like? Okay. So that part is called as a self-awareness. Are you aware of your own emotions? Okay. That's one part. The other part to it is, what is your grammar of emotions? Which that how do you interact with people? Right. When you interact with people, what is the language that you use? Are you able to pick up facial expressions? Do you understand the meaning of certain tone? Are you able to sort of pick up emotions about people when they are on call? Right. It's your entire thing is a grammar of emotions. Okay. Are you clear in terms of how you express? Okay. So what are your clouded are your expressions? That's the second part of it. The third part of it is about how do you regulate your emotions? Are you able to strongly regulate your emotions? Are you able to apply the right emotions for the right situation? Right? Not necessarily. Okay, we do something called as, and we are very good at it. Okay, we do something called as surface acting. Right? Most of the times we are taught that when you're upset, you really don't express that you're upset. Okay, you sort of keep a very smiling face, and especially in the corporate world, you always thought about saying that if you're really upset and if you sort of express that you're upset, okay, people can really look at it as being very unprofessional about it. So we do a lot of surface acting in that case. Okay, but the point is about that. How can you express that you are upset? Okay, to your colleagues around you. Okay, to your friends around you. Okay, it is very important for you to sort of regulate and express your emotions, and that takes us to the 4th principle, which is how wise are you with your emotions. Okay, so these are the 4 principles. The how wise are you with emotions and how you regulate emotions is a more relevant topic when you get to a workplace. Okay, but I'm going to sort of, in the time that is given to me, I'm going to focus on self-awareness, which is, are you aware of your own emotions? Okay, and I want to talk about how can you improve your grammar of emotions. Okay, so these are the 2 things that I would like to sort of delve deeper. I'll move to the next slide. Right. So if you really look at let's look at what, now that we understand the principles, let's look at what are your advantages that you have. And this is sort of a workplace advantage. Okay, this is a representation of how your workplace will look like after you get in, right? Okay, that's going to be a roller coaster. This is something that you've heard people tell you that. Okay, it's always been a sort of a roller coaster ride for me, right? So, so what are your advantages, right? The biggest advantage that you see, and this is correlated by research, is that emotionally intelligent people are people who are the people who get paid the most. Okay, and if you sort of understand that statement a little more, you will get to know I gave earlier, who get a job quickly, people who grow faster, and people who sort of will achieve leadership positions much quicker, right? So, which is natural that their salaries are going to be really okay. Two is emotional intelligence lowers your anxiety at work, and today the biggest problem with workplaces is stress and anxiety, right? And stress and anxiety leads to a whole lot of bad decisions in the workplace. Okay, it leads to a whole lot of conflict that is there in the workplace, right? So it sort of helps you manage anxiety pretty well, right? Then you have something called as a skillful communication. Okay, how well do you communicate? And this is not, I'm not talking about language of communication. I'm talking how do you apply emotions to your communication, right? Let's say you sort of are in a very conflicting conversation with a peer, right? And if you are escalating the conversation, and other peer is also escalating the conversation, it is leading to an unproductive effort, right? Are you able to stay assertive there, right? Are you able to sort of think clearly and articulate clearly, right? Apply the right emotions. You start applying an emotion of anger in that conversation, right? Situations will still escalate, right? So how skillful are you in your communication? Like how effective are you able to handle conflict? And conflict management will become something that's very, very important as you step out of your framework of academics, right? You can get into entrepreneurship or you can get into a professional career, but that doesn't matter. But conflicts will continue to happen every day in your life, and how effectively are you able to manage those conflicts? Okay, and then comes the fact about how well are you able to satisfy relationships, okay, and overcome challenge, right? These are some of the big advantages that we can see in a workplace. And as you get into not just about your workplace, as you step out of your framework of college, you will get to handle all of these things. Okay, now taking you to in terms of what are the advantages, general advantages of being emotionally intelligent. Okay, the most important aspect is that it's your ability to. There's a whole lot of clarity thinking that when you are sort of separating your emotions from your thinking, right? I'm not saying it's about the part, are you objective in your thinking? Okay, the more objective in your thinking, right, better your thinking is. This doesn't mean you don't apply emotions to your thinking, okay, but you apply the right emotions to your thinking, right? But the whole lot of objectivity starts emerging when you start looking at this as a some of your decisions as an objective decisions, right? It also fosters creativity. Why does it creativity? Because your mind is not clouded with emotions, right? You're not actually typing a mail and you're really upset and you're typing a mail, and you can really see that a whole lot of content that is there in that mail is about the emotions of the individual, and the ask is possibly only 10%, 20% of that email, right? So how creative are you in your way of working, right? And the other one is it sort of guards you from bad mental habits. Okay, one of the bad mental habits is and especially after we have gone remote is we get to wander, right? You can sit before a computer and you can just allow your mind to wander, right? It's a very negative mental habit, right? Not in the here and now. Okay, and emotional intelligent people are able to understand what triggers of that wandering. Okay, what is the emotion that the person is in? Okay, the person is in a very anxious or a very embarrassed emotion. Okay, is that mind to wander, right? So it guards you from bad mental habits. Okay, and the other one is it helps you to be agile and versatile, because you want your thinking to be agile and versatile. Okay, you need to have your emotions agile and versatile, right? So you're walking into an office or walking into a presentation with an and you had a very bad morning, right? And if you walk in with the same emotion, right, I'm sure you sort of are going to only make a 50% impression of what you really wanted to achieve, right? So it's about how agile is your thinking, really depends upon how agile is your emotions. Okay, and then of course, a lot of us have difficulty and setbacks that we face. Resilient you are. How are you able to quickly come out of your setbacks, right? And is completely to do with the emotional part of it, right? When we have setbacks, right, however rational the setback is, okay, we tend to feel upset about it, okay, because we have lost it, right? And that part of it, if you're able to manage your emotional quotient well, okay, your ability to come out of setbacks will be much more easier. And of course, you'll be a good leader, your leadership skills will be good, you'll be a good team player, and overall your ability to drive success in whatever you're doing becomes much more stronger. And these are some of the advantages as an advantage that you gain as an individual. So now let's get into in terms of what is not an emotion, okay, and then we get into what is an emotion, right? And because there's a bit of a misnomer in terms of what is an emotion, right? So let's talk about this, okay. Emotions are not physical sensations, right? It is not like, hey, I'm being tired, I'm being bored, okay. Those are really not emotions, okay. Emotions are not personalities, okay. I'm an introvert, I'm an extrovert, okay. That's really not emotions, right? And then you have your immediate and long-term mood swings that are there. I'm irritated for something, right? So that's not really an emotion, right? So these are all the biases and misnomers that we have about emotions. Right? So it's very important to understand that these are really not emotions. Then what are really emotions? Okay, if you really look at emotions, there are 27 different types of emotions. We sort of list down a few things here. Fear is an emotion, joy is an emotion, sadness is an emotion, anger, disgust. You have pain, which is not mentioned here. You have embarrassment, desire, surprise, disgust. You have love, awe. Okay, all of these are emotions, right? And it is very important for us to name our emotions. Okay, and I've seen this in most of my emotionally disordered conversations with people, that they have named their emotions very differently. You feel sad, but you still haven't have a name of saying, I'm embarrassed about it. All right. Are you really sad or you are really embarrassed? Okay, these are two different things. Okay, you tend to say that you're sad, okay, but in the internal you start feeling embarrassed about it. Okay, so it is very important for you to name your emotions and understand what is the emotion behind it, and not really get clouded with your immediate feeling or your bodily sensations, right? And name it in such a way that is appropriate for that emotion, so that you're clear in terms of what emotion you are going through, right? So that's an understanding for you in terms of what an emotion is, right? Now let's get into a little more facts in terms of the two principles of emotional intelligence, right, that we spoke about. One is self-awareness, we think that we will cover in detail, right? And then we said we will also look at what is our grammar of emotions. For the grammar of emotions, I have a very interesting exercise. Okay, I'll participate and let's make it a little more interactive. But before that, what is self-awareness? Okay, self-awareness is the ability to attend to your own emotions. Right? We hardly pay attention to emotions because we feel that there's no time for it. I hardly find any time to attend to my own emotions. But you need to know that when you attend to your emotions, your application of your thinking becomes much more stronger. So your ability to sort of understand your emotion, your own emotional state is very, very important. And two is, like I said, your emotions is very, very important. Before you start naming another person's emotions, naming your own emotions is very, very important. Okay. Third one is accepting the emotion. Okay. Most of them feel embarrassment in a professional setup is a bad emotion. Okay. It's really not. Okay. Anger or sadness or fear is a bad emotion. Without sadness, you will never get to change. Right? Sadness is the emotion behind any change. Right? Fear is the emotion behind any action. Right? So if you don't have these emotions and don't name them and don't apply them, okay, your action orientation is going to be less. And I've heard Sid the previous conversation. You need to create a list and you need to be able to follow that list and implement that list. And where are you going to get the motivation to do that? What is the emotion that is going to drive you to do that? Right? Happiness is not going to drive you to do that. Okay, it's actually anger or a bit of a sadness or a bit of a guilt that is going to actually drive you to do that. So think about it. So if you want to achieve that, then you need to be able to name your emotions and be strong with those emotions and to be able to use emotions wisely in your day-to-day application. Right? And I'll tell you two techniques of emotions that are, if you want to really master self-awareness, okay, there are two techniques to it. One of this is called as a ruler. Okay, one, recognize your emotion, understand your emotion, label your emotion, right? Express it well, okay, express it wisely, and regulate your emotions. Okay, have this at the back of your mind. The ruler emotion, ruler to the entire thing is to for you to sort of be able to this and this reality assessment where you once do it and you know that this is your personality and for the rest of your life this is how it's going to be. Right? Not that it is about applying it in every situation, and your mind is so fast that it'll apply it just like that. Right? You don't have to be worried that I'll have to make time to apply for it. It's not so. Right? The one is called as the self-distancing. Okay, self-distancing is a technique where you sort of remove the I from the equation. Right? You start becoming very objective and not be very self-immersive in the decisions that you take and the thinking that you have. Right? So, which means one of the techniques that we teach is to sort of be a third person. Right? If you're going through a problem, okay, address the same problem as how a third person will address it. Okay, instead of I, use the word they. All right, focus on the issue at hand rather than focusing on the self. Okay, so what happens is you start becoming very very objective. Okay, and there's a very funny technique to this as well. Okay, and in case you're alone and you don't want to use any of this that is mentioned here. Okay, you can actually imagine yourself to be an insect on the wall, right? And talk to yourself, do a bit of self-talking to say that, hey, what would that insect observe me at this situation, and what is the feedback that I would get at this point of time, right? What are the feedback for the conflict that I'm going through or a decision that I will have to make, all right? So you remove in those sense, what you do is you remove your emotions, your own biases of your own emotions and start becoming more objective around it. And that's about self-awareness, right? Sort of improve your grammar of emotions, you really need to put it to practice, right? If you're able to understand facial expressions, okay, and the grammar has three parts to it. One is your facial expressions. The other one is the voice. Okay, voice is a very important expression of emotions, right? The tone expresses interest, expresses some sort of content, all right? Okay, so you need to be able to understand the differentiation. You need to pay attention to be able to pick up the emotional tone of people, right? Because not everybody good in their facial expression of emotion. It could be a very good emotion through voice, right? And the third one is what you hear about emotions. Are you able to pick up the clues of emotions and from whatever you hear? Now with all the remote working and working, you get to hear a whole lot of things on conversation, right? So are you able to sort of recognize that what emotion that the person is going through? And research says that beyond more than facial expressions, okay, and people able to mask their facial expressions, people will not be able to mask their tone, right? There are times when we pick up the conversation and we talking sort of pick up the clue that the person is upset, and you have that question from nowhere to say that, hey, I sort of feel that you want to talk about it, okay, and that's how powerful you are. Your neurological system is to pick up emotions through hearing, right? So, to sort of practice that a bit, okay, or sort of to have a little more interaction about it, I have a few slides in which we'll to sort of look at the facial expressions and say what emotions that these people are going through. Would you be able to recognize this particular emotion? Anybody? And I'll watch out the chat. If you can also drop it in the chat.
A kind of satisfaction.
Yeah, pretty close. Okay, this is embarrassment. Okay, so when your head is a bit tilted, okay, and your lips is pressed, okay, and your face is sort of pulled out, okay, you can feel the feelings of embarrassment that is there, right? Let's go next. Good one. Okay, this is an easy one. Anybody? The head is lifted up, okay, your chin is facing up. The best way to sort of recognize this, and when I did this first, okay, is to practice myself, okay, to sort of place your chin up, place your face up with your eyes looking straight, okay, what do you feel, okay, and if you're able to sort of understand that, okay, and you will get very very quickly get to understand what emotion is this. Any quick guesses? Okay, that's pride. Okay, you can see the person is sort of giving a sense of achievement. Okay, person is sort of being expressing a sense of boldness in the look, right? It's a sense of its pride, right? Oh, this is easy. This is quite easy as well. What do you think? Okay, when you see the eyebrows lifted up with eyes opening wide and with a awe feeling, right? Your jaw is open. Okay, what do you feel? What do you think? Yeah, surprised. Okay, that's exactly what I was looking for. Yeah, this is an expression of surprise, right? Excellent. Good going. Okay, let's see. Okay, what's this? The head is tilted towards the slide. The eyes have a slimy look. The corners are tightened. Hate or dislike. You're getting closer, getting closer. Yeah, it is actually very close to hate or dislike. Okay, it's contempt, right? What is this? If you really notice, the eyes are narrow, your eyebrows are pulled inside. Okay, yeah, disgust. Exactly. That was what I was looking for. Disgust. Yeah. Oh, what's this? A quick one to pick is the turn of the head. Sarcasm, yeah. Sarcasm is not really sarcasm. Okay, but sarcasm also has this tone of, where your person is not looking straight, the person is slightly tilted, a person is slightly turned towards it. But this has a very, very different feeling. If you look at the eye expression, then you will be able to pick up. Sarcasm is when you don't look at the person, sort of look at the person. This is where the person's starting to look directly at that individual. Yeah, this is in a sense happy. It is a very flirtish expression, right? It can be interpreted to be happy, but it's a very, very, very flirtish sort of an expression, right? Let's move forward. Okay, what is this? Exactly. I think I saw pain. Fear popped up. Okay, it is actually pain that is there, right? You will. This is an expression where fear is the most strongest expression where you're completely shut, right? You can see eyes closed. You are sort of pulling away your lips internally. Okay, your face is pulled in, right? So it's an expression of fear, right? What is this? Eyebrows pulled in and up, head upward slightly, pressing downwards. Seems like a hard guess. Feeling sorry. Yeah, sad. Exactly. That's what it is. Feeling sad. What's this? I'm sure you guess it right. Happy. Exactly. Okay, the person feeling absolutely happy. You can see in a happy person there is a bit of a throwback effect, right? I can see the person leaning up, head up, okay, letting you compare this with pain you saw in the pre, okay, you can see the person sort of pulling all emotions together, right? Okay, what is this? Your head's leaning forward, right? Eyebrows raised. Amazed. Okay. Yeah. That is in a sense being amazed. But what do you get amazed? So the expression that you're looking at is about interest, right? The person is sort of actually expressing a lot of interest in the conversation, and you can clearly pick up in boardroom conversations. We look for these expressions because essentially because that's a person to what you're saying, right? Sort of pick up those expressions, and you are directing your energy towards that person. So in a room of 10 people, you see around 5 people with this expression. You clearly know that this audience, 50% of the audience, is sort of into what you're saying. Okay, sort of aligned to what you're saying, right? So these are expressions that you pick up in large conversations, right? What is this? This is very similar to what you saw earlier in terms of sadness, right? The person is pretty sad. You can see there's no eye contact. Okay, it's very, again, a pulled in expression. So the guilt is good. Yeah, guilt. The point is the guilt is also expressed by the fact that the person sort of looks away, right? The expression is looking away from what you are at this point of time. And this is a lot of an emotion is about sadness. If you really compare this and compassion, is all the same, right? You can see both of it together. But compassion is where you are feeling sad for somebody else, and you want to do something to elevate that person from that pain, right? So you can have a similar expression, right? But if you really look at the difference that you can see here, okay, is that the stray guy is looking down, okay? You should really have an eyebrow that is raised above, right? So these are expressions, very strong expressions of sadness, right? And the reason I wanted to take you through this experience is while internally we know that we are able to recognize these emotions, right? But we don't apply these emotions effectively, right? You know that somebody is happy, or somebody is sort of interested, or somebody is sad, okay? But we tend to actually an emotion which is sometimes diagonally opposite to what the person is going through, right? So you need to be able to sort of pick up these emotional signals, right? Pick up the facial expressions, pick up the tone that comes out of a person, and pick up the gestures that are there. And gestures is a very important element of emotional intelligence, and that's one of the things that I wanted to cover as part of your grammars and emotion is the verbal, the nonverbal gestures are even much more important for you to pick up in conversations. And some of the examples are, if you really look at illustrators, and in this case, let's take teachers who are there, right, and who are extremely good illustrators. And you can see that the dramatic gesture and the energy that the teacher brings into the entire conversation, right? These are expressions. This is a non-verbal gesture to let student community know that they are interested on that day to teach that particular, right? So you can see that the entire drama is really high, right? And you can, the emotion that is behind this, the person is energized about this session, right? You can see a set of people who are regulators, okay? People who always continuously bring the group together. They are not people who play a key role in the decision, but they play a key role in bringing the team together, okay? And you can see that in their conversation. What do you know? What do you know? They keep asking everybody, right? And that gesture is about the emotion of the person being able to regulate the group, right? And then you have the self-adapters, okay, who are people who are quite nervous in conversation. You can see them very nervous in what they are into, right? And then you have the emblems around emotions, okay, which you don't get to see. So and if you have people in the group who have beard, and you can see them always fidgeting their beard, okay, the signs of nervousness, okay, you're sort of anxious about something, okay, and you can see people continuously shaking their feet in a meeting, okay. The people are, that means the person is anxious, person is curious, or person is nervous about something, right? And there are cases where people have very straight look in terms of when you're sort of conversing with them, which really means the person is interested and focused in what he or she is telling you. So you can have your own version, your own templates to emotions, as long as you're able to sort of understand that emotions can be expressed through facial expressions, emotions can be expressed through tones, emotions can be expressed through a voice and what you hear, okay. If you're able to sort of pick up all these clues, okay, you know what is the emotional state of another person, yes, and therefore your ability to sort of use the right emotions also becomes stronger, right? So which means when you're applying your cognitive self, right, you have an excellent idea, right, and you're presenting to an extremely hostile group of people, right? So how do you sell those ideas to that hostile group of people? Because you don't know about that group of people, right? All you can know is what you see of them at a point of time. And if you're able to sort of pick up clues saying that from this hostile group, I know this person is sort of showing some signs of interest, this person's tone, I can see that the person doesn't like, okay, and I need to put forward a different point or need to stress upon a little more. In another conversation, for another person, it is about feeling distracted or feeling upset about something. So should I sort of do something to bring that person's back into this meeting, right? You sort of be able to use those emotions effectively to sort of make your cognitive idea or a cognitive presence more felt in the team. Else what happens is you will keep and this typically happens, right? You keep a constant tone, okay, and you are sort of, because it's your presentation or your point of view, okay, you tend to keep it in a single tone, and you tend to keep it in a way that in a static emotion state. And then what happens is you sort of probably are losing your audience. You probably have lost the immediate opportunity to strike a social conversation, right? So these are some of the things that are that will help you to be successful, and this skill is something you need to pay attention to as you sort of forward from your college framework into a more corporate sort of a framework, right? I will take a pause. I know it's been a 45 minutes of a monologue. I'll take a pause. We can spend the next 15 minutes to have some sort of conversations, clarifications that you might have. I'm going to stop sharing. I'll bring up my primary screen. So what I would like to hear a few questions, if there is anything, questions, clarifications, anything that from whatever you saw, if you want to sort of go deeper into it and have some conversations, I'm happy to do that.
So participants, you can raise few questions and it's open for discussions. So, sir, I have a question. Is there any structured pattern or course kind of thing that can be done to gain better knowledge in this emotional intelligence? As you said, this is a critical component, and in most of the cases, people get too emotional, especially in workspace. So, is there any specific course kind of thing that we can undertake so that we can meet out the challenges?
There is a whole lot of content that is available in the web for people to read. Okay, so my recommendation would be, first recommendation is before you get into a formal course, for you to just go through it and read the literature around emotional intelligence. That's the first recommendation. The second recommendation would be that if you get into any of these portals, you have these courses that are readily available, right, and very, very well structured. If you look at the edX platform, if you get into that, there are a couple of courses on emotional intelligence which are very, very nice for beginners to sort of take it. And then you also have for people who are experienced and people who are working, you have the professional courses as well around emotional intelligence.
And I have one more question, sir. So can we link this empathy component into emotional intelligence? Absolutely. Intelligence related together?
Absolutely. Empathy and emotional intelligence are like two sides of the same coin. Okay, so the more emotionally intelligent you are, the more empathetic that you will appear to a larger audience. Okay, you'll get to have an opportunity to be sharpen your empathy, okay, through your emotional intelligence skills. Okay, because everything starts from you internally, right? And if you have enough self-awareness about yourself, if you know what emotions to apply in what situation, right, and that's when the expression of empathy becomes much more stronger. It's not just about the expression of empathy, it is also in terms of how the emotion influences your thinking as well, right? So this happens in most conversations with leadership team, where you are making a very tough business decision, and that point of time, you start deciding in terms of what sort of an decision that this will be seen by the larger audience. Okay, and therefore, if your culture is a very empathetic culture and your decisions are not empathetic in nature, right, you will very soon call it a fake, right? So it influences your empathetic behavior. It also influences your empathetic thinking as well, right? So you're bang on when you say that. Can we link these two? Absolutely, yeah. These are two different. These are not two different concepts. They're almost the same.
Thank you.
I think I saw one question there in the chat. Okay. Not really. Okay. Okay. Is there any questions? Any other questions? Anything else that I can clarify?
So participants, you can raise your questions. As I said earlier, this session is again open for discussions. We are welcome to post questions.
All right.
So we have one question, sir. One question. As a student, what are the ways by which we can control our emotions? Because one student has, because very often, whenever an elder or a teacher scolds at them or yells at them, they become upset or they get angered and they just show their frustration. So their question, by what means as a student I can control my emotions?
Okay, this doesn't really come to a student or a teacher or a working professional or an elderly person. Okay, emotional. Let's take an example of a child in that case. Okay, how do children manage their emotions? All right. The point is about saying that how well have you learnt about your own emotions for you to manage your own emotions. If you want to really look at saying, hey, I want to manage my emotion of an anger pretty well, right? Then you need to know that how well are you applying your anger of emotion, right? So if you're saying that my anger of emotion actually blocks thinking further, right? Then what happens is it's not a productive way that you're using the anger of emotions, right? If you look at a whole lot of decisions that are being made by, let's say, big leaders in leaders of country, right? What drives them to take decisions? Okay, it's actually the anger emotion that actually leads them to take decisions, right? So if you allow anger to block your thinking further, yeah, it's a frustrated feeling, right? If you are not able to express that emotion of anger, it leads to frustration, right? But if you're able to meaningfully express your anger, to say that I have a point of view, I don't agree to the point of view essentially because of these areas that you have said, and therefore my point of view that leads to my conclusion is XYZ, and to be able to express that assertively, okay, is an opportunity to express your anger, okay, because anger is at this point of time, the escalation of an anger from an assertive conversation goes into an argument and actually goes into, right? And that was my initial. If you're able to understand how you manage your emotions, okay, you know how an anger can swing from an assertive conversation to actually to a rage, right? So which one do you want to use, okay, in a conversation with a teacher or with a peer, with another student, okay, or at home for that matter, okay? Do you really think that what leads to a meaningful outcome is actually an assertive conversation, or a rage leads to an assertive to an outcome, right? So you can decide in terms of what leads what, and in most situations, it's an assertive conversation that leads to a productive outcome. Okay, and as long as you're aware that this is how it works, I'm sure you'll be able to manage it.
I have one more question, sir. Normally, I have these students who are slow learners. That is, they might be having the alternative skills and abilities, and at a at certain cases, they might be having this hallucination problem. How to overcome these problems? Hallucinations.
Okay, hallucination is not a big deal if you really ask me, and you need to understand that all of us have been through the entire hallucination part of it, right? And if you in my beginning of my conversation, I was telling you guys one of the advantages of emotional intelligence is it stops your mind from wandering. Right, a lot of us. I used a very complicated term, I guess, but it's actually hallucination. Right, so you get to sort of take your books, sit with studies, and then you're sort of going through a couple of pages, and then you're sort of thinking about thoughts, or giving about a PS4 come get played, or thinking about a friend who had a conversation with another person. Right, you really look at when you sort of introspect on this. Okay, and why does your mind wander around? Okay, you need to know that your mind has the emotion behind the entire thing. Okay, you need to be able to understand, right? If your emotion behind that wandering is about my fear of the exam, right, blocks me from thinking further, right, or blocks me from getting involved in my studies. Okay, my fear of not being able to score better, okay, it blocks me from my thinking. All these stops you from getting immersed in the activity that you are sort of going through at this point of time, right? It is usually interpreted as individual's capability. It is usually not individual's capability. The focus, the only way that you can interpret this entire thing to say that why an individual is able to focus on studies, focus more to a person who is not able to focus, is actually taking you back to the emotion that you when you're studying at that point of time. Okay, and I think you should try this out when you're next time sitting and studying, and when you're sort of reading a book or going through an assignment. Okay, and your mind starts wandering, the emotion behind it, and everybody will have different emotions behind it. Okay, and you got to be able to label that emotion to say that why does fear drive me to sort of hallucinate? Okay, why does anger drive me to hallucinate? I'm actually thinking of a lot of instances of my embarrassment, okay, while I'm reading. So you're able to name that emotion, right? Then you're also able to sort of control the thinking about that as well, because everybody will have different emotions, and I have the same issues as well, right? So if you're sort of let your emotion of embarrassment sort of studying, right? Then what happens is every instant of embarrassment that you have gone through in the past sort of becomes a point of thinking. Right, so you sort of be able to label that emotion, okay, and use that emotion productively for your ability to focus. I'm not saying that it won't. I'm not saying that there's one particular emotion that you will have to use. Okay, every emotion can be used, right? But you need to understand what is that emotion that is sort of drifting you further. All right, so that will be my response to it.
Fine, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. So now with this, we have come to the end of the session as well as the end of 2-day HR conclave. So at this juncture, I would like to deliver the vote of thanks, and I'd like to. So thank you, sir. Before going on to this formal vote of thanks, I would like to thank Mr. David sir, for sparing his time on a Saturday and sharing us with the various nuances of this emotional intelligence, because this one particular area is playing major role nowadays in almost in every organizations. This is being taught in important course, and people are in search of what emotional intelligence is all about, and this is one area wherein we need to concentrate more. So thank you, sir. With this,
it was a pleasure interacting with you guys. Thank you so much for having me.
Now let me go on to the formal vote of thanks. At the outset, I would like to thank our management, our secretary, principal, vice principals, and dean for helping us to conduct this program. I would also extend my sincere thanks to Professor Dr. L. Gopalakrishnan, Dr. Priyadarshini, Dr. Gokilavani, who are the pillars of hosting this 2 days HR conclave program. And I would like my sincere thanks to all the keynote speakers today, starting from Mr. V. Pattabhiraman sir, Dr. Anbuthambi sir, Madam Megha Gupta, Dr. Siddhartha Satpathai, and David Rajshekhar sir, who have spared their valuable time and have joined us to deliver keynote address. I would also extend my sincere thanks to ICT Academy for providing us with this. And last but not least, I would like to extend my sincere and heartfelt thanks to all the participants without whom this program wouldn't have been so much successful. Thank you all once again. Happy weekend. Thank you.